That's gonna be weird. This guy's been playing Marvel Rivals like 24/7. It's crazy. Alright. Good morning, good morning. It's the 9th of December 2024. My name's Cinder. Every week I play games that released that week. Today we are playing Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars. One of the few point-and-click games I've played, and probably makes it one of my favourite ones. Just super good, like conspiracy kind of story. Before like the Knights of Templars got popular with like Dan Brown and Assassin's Creed. Before then we had a Broken Sword. Kind of like similar vein, honestly. Yeah. Let's talk more about it when we get in. Let's do game deal first then. It's definitely a Wario, I believe. I swear we had this before. Where we knew it. We knew it was a WarioWare, but we didn't know which one it was. WarioWare. I'm actually gonna fail because there's so many WarioWare games. Gold? Okay, gold. I should have just gone for gold. Hey? It's not much to go on, but at the same time, it doesn't look like... I don't know. I'll try Evil Within. I'm right one. Average 2 guesses. Try Silent Hill. Can't tell what that is. It's like metal. Definitely someone who likes chainsaw. Like some Devil May Cry. Oh, is this Mad World? No, I don't think so, right? Oh, is this, Oh, what is that game called? The grasshopper one. What is that game called? It literally just got like a remake. Hell? Has it got hell in it? The Garcia Hotspur guy. What's it called? I must look. Shadows of the Dam. Yeah, that's. Why am I thinking that? Okay, no. Oh, is this that other one? That like fighting one? Them in? Because is that another Mad World guy? This one. Okay, wow. There we. Wow, that's quite sneaky. 2 guesses on average for that? That's crazy. Oh, no one played that. Oh, well. Didn't actually get it in the end. Kinda tricky, that. Right. Let me just get this set up. Such a pain. I'm going to set up... Steam on my other monitor. Okay. Okay. There we go. Right, should be good here. Yeah, so the release date 15th December is I believe it's hard to find accurate dates for a lot of these games, but I believe that's the one for the PS1 release of Broken Sword, which is the version of the game I played the most. Well, probably not actually, because we had the GBA one as well, which we played. Oh man, we used to do like speed runs of it, of the GBA one. Until like, we played it so much we like wore the cartridge down. Like I think like the saves stopped working. Quite impressive. Yeah, so definitely played it quite a bit. Yeah, the PS1 version is like the first one we played, so I thought I'd go with that. And I thought, like I have got the original Steam release, and like the director's cut-ish. But I thought I'd go with the why not play this new Reforged one, right? It's just come out. You know, you can make it look like the old games, and you know, support the devs for making this awesome game. So yeah, quite a few like options you can do in this, but the game is like so quiet though. I don't know how quiet it is going to be. Like in the games. I probably should have sorted this out before. Oh well. Yeah, there's quite a few like. So you can have it like full screen or black bordered if you want. Which is pretty cool. I've got some of the quality of life stuff they added activated. Basically tells you if you're near stuff you can click on. You don't have to wait for George to walk off the screen, which is probably like the biggest quality of life. Yeah, if you click somewhere he can't walk, he'll still walk as close as he can to it. Yeah. Pretty much it for that. Still nice though. You have like skip guard, so you don't accidentally skip anything, and then original colours. Which I guess I will do that. So in the original game, they'd basically, like, each character would have their own coloured subtitles. So that adds that back in. I'll keep the cinematic one just so I don't accidentally block any subtitles. Yeah, that's fine, I think. And that's just for like vibrations. Yeah, so they actually like did like full speech in German, French, Spanish, and Italian for this game, which is kind of crazy. Kind of easy to forget that was just pretty much like expected. Okay, right, are we ready? I'm gonna have to look at the music, make sure it's right. Okay. Yeah, you also get auto saves in this, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, and then you get this where you can just like have story mode where it's basically yeah, like you can't do like the same things twice, and it gives you hints automatically. So I'm gonna be playing on classic, of course. Like honestly, classic and story are like not that much different. It's just with just really manual hints. I think maybe in story you can't die on the bits where you can, but yeah. Okay, I am going to be playing on controller just because I find it a bit easier to do. Okay, yeah, I don't know why they added this tutorial for a point and click game. It's kind of insane. I guess maybe there'll be new people who've just never played one playing this. I don't know.
Paris in the fall, the last months of the year and the end of the millennium. The city holds many memories for me, of cafes, of music, of love, and of death.
The new Revolution logo looks so nice. Doesn't it look good? I actually, I did try the original release because I couldn't decide which version to play last night. So yeah, man, this looks so much better though. See, like you actually like got cars moving, the water's moving, and this bird just doesn't like randomly stop in the air. While you wait for the credits. I mean, he kind of does still, but not as bad as in the original. You can actually see him getting smaller. There's old George. Why does it look so creepy in this opening? People's elbow before even the rock. His eyebrow. Man, I love this opening. I mean, goes to show you don't need like a lot of words to set up something.
As I picked myself up, all I could hear was the ceaseless drone of traffic. Life went on around me. But the explosion was to change my life forever.
Okay, iconic words there. Hold on. It's a bit quiet for me, so I'm just gonna... Excuse me. Yeah, a bit quiet for me, so. Turn it up. Right. I think sound's not too bad, it looked like. Had some loud parts there and it didn't seem to go too high, so. Yeah, so anyway, this is the Reforged edition, so. Yeah. Basically, this is how you're supposed to play it. These are the new graphics they've done for it. I think they use like AI to like basically fix most of the environments, and then I guess like hand crafted some of the stuff. Interesting, like the posters are like completely different on the bottom there. I mean, not that. I mean, you could. There's no way you could like tell what these two are, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Weird, they got this like Mario picture here. It's kind of weird. Yeah. So I think what I'll do is I'll play in the classic graphics here. I think maybe I like switch to this when I get to like a new area. Each time I get to a new area, just to see what it looks like. But yeah, it's cool. Bit more nostalgic for me having these. So Anyway, right. Yeah, so basically, like most point and clicks, you can either like look at something or interact with something. I'll probably be doing like every dialogue you can do in this game, so it'd probably be like a bit longer playthrough than the average. But yeah, nice cozy playthrough as well. So yeah, you just press. I mean, it tells you in the bottom there. Oh, I've got my thingy over it, but you just press square to look at something.
The umbrella had protected me from the bomb blast, but it was of no use to me now.
Beautiful. And then you press X if like something's interactable.
I contemplated crawling under the umbrella and pretending none of this had ever happened.
Really good.
It was an iron lamppost.
It was an iron lamppost.
I considered climbing the lamppost, but it wasn't going to shed any light on the affair.
Yeah. What the icon is, will be determine what the X X does, basically. If it's like a magnifying glass like that, that means it'll just like look at it again, basically, not do anything. If it's a cog, that means he'll like interact with it, even though he doesn't for this umbrella. And then if it's like this newspaper, he'll pick it up.
Wrapped around the lamppost was a newspaper.
If it's like a little like pinchy hand.
The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state. That was the only news story. The rest was rumor, gossip, and sensationalism. Then I noticed the writing at the foot of the page. It read Salah ad-Din, 1345.
Oh, what? Yes, I'll have a look at this. Triangle to see items, square to look at it. Use an item, you gotta drag it over to what you want to use it on. And then drag them over each other to combine them. Okay, so pretty much El Clasico then.
The table had been overturned by the explosion. I considered straightening the table, but I figured it best not to disturb the evidence. The blast had blown out the glass, leaving a gaping hole.
He says that, but he still just picks up that newspaper.
I examined the jagged glass remaining in the window. It was broken, all right.
Kind of got like that Voldemort nose there. He's like sideways on sometimes. I don't know if you're allowed to. Nah, I mean, and I forget like if you're like not allowed to go in some places sometimes. I mean, honestly, it's been like 15 years since I played this properly, so.
The drain pipe looked as if it would bear my weight.
There's a lot of like music stingers in this.
I took a deep breath and prepared to climb the drain pipe. I guess the clown had an escape over the rooftop.
Okay. I think that's pretty cool. I don't know why he tries that, because clearly, like, you can see it literally leads nowhere, but still.
I decided I'd had enough of messing with that drain pipe. The drain pipe hung limp and useless. The window was protected by stout-looking iron bars.
Iron bars. Sometimes he'll like not say anything when he does interacts with stuff, but it's very rare that
it was a battered old trash can. It was a stack of cardboard boxes which had once contained bottles of wine. I examined the boxes closely. They were damp and smelly and decidedly empty. It was a battered old trash can. It smelled like someone had dumped a truckload of fish in a locker room on a hot summer afternoon.
Delightful.
It was a battered old trash can.
What is French people throwing out?
I wondered what else lurked in the depths of that trash can. I'd had it with sticking my nose into French trash cans.
Only French trash cans.
It was a plastic crate. There was nothing of interest.
He makes some odd choices. I mean, maybe he's like concussed a little from the explosion.
It was an iron cover concealing the entrance to a drain or sewer.
As he said iron so much. Holy.
I tried to lift the
So
cover
much
with my
iron.
fingers, but couldn't gain any leverage.
Okay, so that's pretty much the first like obstacle you gotta get past, but not quite yet. Man, I love the music in this game though, so good. The music in this, I forget his name, but I think it's like by the guy who did the music for Inspector Morse, which is weird. So nice, you haven't gotta wait for him to walk in. Okay. Yeah, wow, yeah, that looks... that looks a lot better. This I never understood. I mean, even this is like way better looking than how it looked on the VS1. It's so hard to tell. Like, I felt like he had like both his arms like that. Like, I see like that bit there's like an arm, and then I thought like this bit here was an arm. But I don't think it's meant to be like that. Okay, right.
It was the body of the old man. It was hard to believe I'd seen him alive only minutes before. I tried not to meet his stare as I searched the dead man's pockets. No wallet, no papers, no credit cards. The guy's past was a blank page.
Damn, the fact that he was like right next to that bomb and he's like not looking that bad.
It was a Paris daily tabloid newspaper, full of sex, scandal, and sports results.
I forgot about that. Yeah, so if you try and use the wrong item on the wrong thing, you just get that shrug from George, which I prefer to having to like skip a dialogue.
A mysteriously undamaged bottle of spirit stood on the bar.
Yeah, that's kind of weird.
I needed a stiff drink, but I hated the taste of brandy. I needed a stiff drink, but I hated the taste of brandy.
Still doesn't have it? Okay.
The pretty young waitress was unconscious.
You don't actually have to go in here, you know, you can just walk down the street.
Oh, my head. Never again. How much vodka did I drink? Oh, no, don't tell me. What is your name, Sherry?
George Stobart, ma'am.
Oh, American.
She asked the question quite innocently, but I could sense her reserve. It was something which seemed to afflict all Europeans. You look like you could use a little help.
I could use a little drink. I feel sick, dizzy, and bruised. I don't even remember the party.
Just relax and take it easy. You've been knocked out.
You don't say. What happened?
There's been an explosion. You should try not to move.
Are you a doctor?
So, yeah, like a lot of there's quite a lot of this at the start and then barely any later on, but none of this like matters. Just for fun, really.
No, but I used to play hospitals when I was a kid. Can you remember anything at all?
No. I need a drink. Pour me a brandy.
Brandy, I swear you get told off if you give a brandy, so...
You could be in shock. No alcohol.
What about your man? Is he dead?
Yes, he is.
Ah, mon Dieu.
Oh, I should have said no there. Wow, achievement. The new achievements look pretty hard in this.
The pretty young waitress was unconscious. She didn't respond. If I wanted another cappuccino, I'd have to serve myself.
Okay. Check nothing else to do down there.
Freeze! Hold it, right there.
Oh, don't shoot. I'm innocent. I'm an American.
Can't make up your mind, huh?
I demand to see the American consul.
Drop your weapons and get down on the ground.
Put that thing away, Sergeant Moo. I apologize, monsieur, but I cannot permit you to leave.
Am I under arrest?
Ah, no, I would simply like to ask you some questions. En avant, to the café, marche.
Mash. I don't think many of these actors are actually French.
What a mess. This bombing is an outrage, is it not?
In case you can't
Stop
tell.
that, monsieur. Stop holding your breath at once.
Has it occurred to you that he may be dead, Moo?
Oui, monsieur. But I prefer to look on the bright side. Besides, I recall a case where the killer escaped by feigning death. However, in this case, the man is quite dead. Clearly, the killer knew of his presence and...
How many times have I warned you about premature extrapolation? All we know is that he is dead.
It seemed reasonable to assume...
A great detective assumes nothing. Take Maigret, for instance.
But he was a fictitious character, monsieur. Why, he was no more real than Poirot or Tintin.
That's different, Moo. They were comedy Belgians. Anyway, it is unlikely that even you will learn much from talking to the dead. Examine the girl and take her statement, if you can.
French people like hate
Et
Belgium.
maintenant, to business.
I'm quite ignorant about stuff like that.
Your name, please?
George Stobar. I'm from California.
And what brings you to Paris, Monsieur Stobart?
Travel. I'm touring Europe.
You chose well. The city is most beautiful at this time of year, no?
Yeah, I guess so, apart from the bomb blasts.
Were you in the vicinity of the cafe at the time of the explosion?
Yeah, I was sitting out on the sidewalk. I was lucky I wasn't killed. The inspector passed over my remark with no reaction.
Did you see the deceased enter the cafe?
Again, I don't think it matters what you say. Tell the
Yes, I
truth,
did.
though, yes.
Was he alone?
I guess
yeah.
it's good for
And
Steam
did he say
achievement.
anything to you?
No, he was more interested in the waitress.
Did you see anyone else in the cafe?
Kill a clown.
Yeah, there was a guy dressed as a clown. He was carrying an accordion.
An accordion? Bon, the picture is forming in my mind, and it is not a pretty one. Is the girl all right, Moo?
She'll leave. She confirms the American statement. A clown with an accordion, no doubt an elaborate and eccentric disguise.
Very well. Eh bien, I have heard enough.
What do you mean?
I am satisfied that you know nothing. You may leave. I hope this little incident does not spoil the rest of your vacation.
What about my personal safety? Can't you at least give me some advice?
What can I say? Stay alert and look out for suspicious characters.
And don't cross the road until the little man shows green.
Great advice.
I honestly believe you are in no danger, monsieur. Should you remember anything of importance, please contact me. My card.
My God. I mean, he wouldn't be in danger,
Thanks.
but
That is all. You may go.
he decides to get involved himself.
There's not much to go on, monsieur.
On the surface, no. But what lurks inside the subconscious? If the door can only be opened.
Are you serious, monsieur? I thought your interest in psychic detection was purely academic.
Academic? You are about to witness a scientific breakthrough.
You believe they're not French? Right.
The card read, Augustin Rosso, and gave an address to the south of the Montparnasse Cemetery. The sergeant was a scrawny man in his 50s who resembled a constipated chicken.
Suppose I should really save. Do it here. I mean, you have all these auto saves anyway, so not it really matters. I mean, honestly, you don't have to save till till you get to like the hotel anyway. So
Excuse me, Sergeant.
You are the inspector. Go on, monsieur.
I really did see the clown. He ran into the alley across the street.
Did you follow him?
I lost him. I figure he went underground.
Do you know how many kilometers of sewers there are beneath this great city?
It's not a question I've lost sleep over.
I have no doubt that Inspector Rousseau will organize a proper search.
I was one of the last people to see the victim alive, Sergeant.
Does that worry you?
Yes, it does. I feel I owe it to him to find his killer.
That is best left to the authorities, monsieur. Did he speak to you? Tell you anything?
No, he just grinned and nodded.
Don't let it trouble you, monsieur. Go home and try to forget.
I kind of wish these like you could change them to look like the old ones as well. Some of the pictures are kind of horrific in the original.
Did you find the victim's briefcase yet?
No, sir. The inspector gave me specific instructions to guard this door. Until he countermands these orders or backup arrives, here I stay.
How did you and Rosso arrive at the scene of the explosion so quickly? You arrived within minutes. Was it a tip-off?
Inspector Rosso's sources are a perpetual mystery to me, monsieur.
Yes, very
There
weird.
are some who say he has made a pact with the devil.
And what do you think?
I think he is the devil.
What is Rosso doing with that girl?
He is giving her the once-over, as you Americans say.
Huh?
Once he gets his teeth into a case, nothing will shake him off.
Was he serious about all that psycho-detective stuff?
Of course. Inspector Rosso is a pioneer and a visionary. His revolutionary methods, once perfected, may change the face of law enforcement forever.
I can't see it taking off in L.A. I found this in the street, Sergeant.
That, monsieur, is a newspaper, no?
There's a note written on it. Salah Eddin, 1345.
Ah. So, the meeting with the clown was planned.
How do you make that out?
The time of the explosion was between 1:30 and 2 o'clock, n'est-ce pas?
I guess so. But what about the name?
Aha!
That stumped you, hasn't it?
I have never been stumped, as you put it, in my life, monsieur. It is the name assumed by the clown, no?
Salah Eddin the clown? I don't think so. Look, Sergeant, the inspector gave me his card.
Yes, monsieur. He wants you to advise him if you have any information concerning this case.
Well, I'd be glad to talk with him, but I don't want him working his psycho weirdness on me.
Ah, no, monsieur. You're confusing the science of parapsychology with witchcraft.
Oh yeah? What's the difference?
We don't do sacrifices.
Did I show you this newspaper?
Yes, monsieur.
I've got Inspector Rosso's address card.
Yes, monsieur. You showed me before.
Okay.
See you later, Sergeant.
I don't know why they let you keep showing you that items to people, but
The girl presented a confident but sullen mask to the world. An expression more suited to the face of a delinquent youth.
probably just some NPC we'll never see again. Right.
Excuse me, mademoiselle? Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Oh, an American by the sound of it.
Yeah, that's right, on holiday in Paris. Some holiday, huh?
You were here when the bomb went off?
Sure was. Sat right out front of the cafe.
Did you notice a middle-aged man, maybe 60, with an hat and overcoat?
I couldn't believe it. She hadn't even asked how I was feeling. Yeah, he went inside just before the bomb exploded. You weren't related to him, were you?
Oh no, nothing like that. I am Nicole Collard from La Liberté.
What's that, some kind of nightclub?
No, it is a newspaper.
You're a reporter?
I'm a freelance photojournalist.
Say, you could interview me about the bombing. You know, an eyewitness account. Minutes after the outrage that shook the whole of Paris. You know, real-life drama, human interest, that kind of stuff.
I'll just stick to the facts, thank you. Did you see who planted the bomb?
I know it sounds crazy, but he was dressed like a clown.
Oh God, it's him again.
Again?
Who was the guy you were supposed to meet?
His name was Planter. I didn't know him, but he called me last night. He said he had a story which would interest me. He asked me to meet him at the cafe. I guess I'll never know what he wanted to tell me.
Not unless you have Rosso's gift for psychic interrogation. How did Plantar get your name?
Through the newspaper La Liberté. I'd written an article linking two unsolved murders. One in Italy, the other in Japan. The cases were remarkably similar. A wealthy victim, no apparent motive, and a costumed killer. Planter said he could supply me with more information.
Have you met the clown before?
It's a long story.
I have plenty of time.
I don't.
Fair enough. I kind of like doing like, I don't know whether to like exhaust one dialogue and go on to the next. Normally I just kind of like just picking whatever, but
Why won't you tell me about this clown?
Why do you want to get involved?
Because he almost killed me. Isn't that reason enough?
I guess so. Listen, I'll give you my phone number. You help me with my story, and I'll let you in on what I know. And let's get one thing straight right now. This is strictly business.
Okay, it's a deal.
I have to go develop these pictures. A bientôt, monsieur.
Fine, I'll, see you soon.
I didn't know that would advance the game there, but oh well. Yeah, I'm down. I mean, honestly, I have no idea why like this bomb goes off in Paris and like 2 people show up. It's kind of crazy. I don't think that would be how it's like now. I mean, I don't think that would have been how it was like even in 1996, but yeah, I don't think there's anything else to do than that.
It was a huge and weighty-looking engineer's telephone.
Let's look at the card. No, it's not actually an item.
It was a tent made out of plastic sheeting. There was nothing inside the tent except a large toolbox.
It was an iron toolbox.
It was a battered metal toolbox.
Damn. Not iron this time?
Stop that! Get away from there! What do you think you're doing?
I was admiring your toolbox.
Oh, wait? Had a good look, have you? I'm warning you, if you touch it, I'll crack your nut.
Okay, I get your point. The muscular workman wore a morose expression, like a silent warning to leave him to get on with his job. Hey, you!
I thought you'd been arrested.
Nah, it was a misunderstanding.
When he pulled that gun, gah! I thought that was it. Those automatics packed quite a punch, you know?
He made a mistake. He thought I was a terrorist.
You? A terrorist? Ha!
He was only doing his duty, I guess. Did you see an old guy with a briefcase?
Wait, silly old coot. Do you know what he said to me? Work fascinates me, he says. I could watch it all day. Quelle vite. I could have knocked his block off.
Did you recognize the old man?
No. Should I have done? Was he a celebrity?
No, but I guess he is now. His name was Plantar.
Was? He's dead then?
Yeah.
That's too bad. Now I wish I hadn't called him what I did. If only I could turn back the clock. If only I'd been more tolerant.
Regret and remorse are strange emotions. They really bring out the hammiest actors in people. Did you see a clown come by this way?
A clown? Like in a circus?
Yeah, with makeup and a big red nose.
Huh! Those guys are funny, aren't they?
Not in my experience.
I love the circus, especially the horses.
You haven't answered my question. Have you seen a clown?
You think I've got time to watch everyone who passes by? Some of us have to work for a living.
Look, I know you're busy, but surely you'd have noticed a clown.
Yeah.
I told you already. I didn't see a thing.
He was wearing multicolored baggy trousers and makeup.
He'd be a poor sort of clown if he didn't.
Listen, I have to find that clown. He's a killer.
Say, who are you anyhow? A cop?
No, of course not. I mean, do I look like a cop?
No, but you act like one. Sticking
True.
your nose in where it's not wanted. How do you know this guy's a killer? Did you see him in action?
Didn't you hear the explosion? The cafe was blown up.
The clown killed the old man?
That's right. Blew him up with a bomb concealed in his squeeze box.
Merde. But why did he go to the bother of dressing up
Oops,
like
shouldn't
a
say that.
clown?
Who can unravel the tangled logic of a killer's mind? I guess it's some deep-seated psychological need. Or just plain showmanship. What's in the toolbox?
What's in the toolbox? As if you didn't know. What's the big deal about tools, anyhow?
They're cool. Tools are civilization.
You don't say.
That's right. Tools are what distinguish us from other animals.
Who are you calling an animal? I've met your sort before. Looking down your nose at me because I'm working class, huh? I've a good mind to knock your block off.
What kind of tools do you keep in your box?
Huh? You really are interested in tools?
Sure, like I said, tools are...
Yeah, civilization. So you keep saying.
So, are you gonna show them to me?
Am I? Why, you?
Aw, come on. Just a little peek.
I've got work to do. Find someone else to bother.
Do you have a tool for lifting manhole covers?
As it happens, I do.
Cool. Lend it to me, just for a few minutes.
No,
Aw, come on.
no. Get your own.
Just go get your own.
Let me explain what I'm going to do with your manhole lifting tool.
Let me explain what I'm going to do with my pick.
Oh, hey, forget it. I'll come back when you're in a better mood.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Would Would you like to read my newspaper?
I haven't got time to read that. Can't you see I'm busy?
You could read it on your lunch break.
10 minutes is all I get. And if my boss had his way, I wouldn't get that. He'd have me on a drip, so I didn't have to stop to eat.
Oh, take the newspaper and quit complaining.
Should have done the card first.
Bah! Look at this. Damn bleeding out liberals. Cha! Save the dolphins. Catch them and eat them, I say. All that fuss over a bunch of fish. Nah, that's more like it. Look at the size of those. Like champagne bottle corks, no? Ah, what's this? Saladin running in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe.
It's a racehorse?
A horse? A legend. Bucephalus reborn, mon ami. Like a streak of lightning she is. Do me a favor, won't you? Keep an eye on my hole. I'm off to put some money on that nag.
What about your toolbox?
Stuff it. Help yourself.
Some money on that nag. I should have done the card first. Oh well. See, that's all it takes. Just give people people love newspapers. Power of the news. Don't know, did you say anything different now?
It was a battered metal toolbox.
No.
I'd found just what I wanted. A tool for lifting manhole covers.
You kind of get these music stingers when you're doing like the right thing, so...
The toolbox didn't contain anything else I needed.
Okay, well...
Set into the huge gate was a smaller access door.
Not done yet, though.
The door was securely locked.
I guess we are done. Okay. Try calling Nico. I forgot about this. Where you like sit all down on like this little envelope. Interesting.
Bonjour, Kula.
Oh, hi. It's George Stobart, the American at the cafe.
Ah, oui.
You said to call if I could help.
Have you any news for me?
Well, I haven't had a lot of luck.
You found nothing.
No.
Look, I'm very busy right now. Call me if you have any news, okay?
Oh. Yeah, I guess.
Adieu, monsieur.
Yeah, see ya.
Perfect. That's how you get girls to like you, right? Wow, how does this look like? Oh, okay, well, they certainly improved that. Yeah, so this is basically like the world map. I think you only have it in Paris, so yeah, not really many other places you can go, but you can go to the police station. It looks like you can go to loads of places, but it's actually just the places with the
It was a public telephone.
text boxes that. Here, no. I like autosaves at weird times.
The policeman was not much older than me. His face wore an expression of intense concentration. Excuse me.
Not so fast. I'd like your personal details, please.
Huh? What for?
In the event of an accident, it would help us to know where to send the body.
Look, is this really necessary? I came in here to talk to Rosso.
Why did you not say?
May I see Inspector Rosso?
He is not here.
But
Do you wish to leave a message for him? I have a choice of blue or black pen. I'd recommend the blue for a less formal communication.
I'd prefer to talk to him in person.
As you wish, monsieur.
Is Sergeant Moo available?
What? You want to speak to him?
Yes, please.
I cannot recall the last time someone asked to speak to Moo. No one ever speaks to him. Not even his kids. Eh bien. He is not here, monsieur. He is with Inspector Rosso, like Laurel and Kitten. No, monsieur?
Hardy. Oliver Norville Hardy. Do you know anything about Rosso's psychic techniques?
I cannot comment on my superior's methods. All I will say is that Inspector Rosso has an impressive record.
He's a good detective?
One of the best. He's a man of honor, with a fine sense of beauty.
You wouldn't say he was a screwball?
Not to his face, monsieur.
Have you had any reports concerning a suspicious clown?
Why, yes. There was a fracas only this morning. 3 arrests for public disorder.
And you say there was a clown involved?
A clown and a particularly offensive piece of sculpture with balloons. Are you in any way involved with the reprobate, monsieur?
No, not me. Take a look at this.
Inspector Rosso's personal card. Where did you get this?
He gave it to me.
Why?
I think he was impressed with my powers of observation. He asked me to contact him if I had any information.
I see. You are a grass.
Have you any
First
idea
thing
what
you
this
say.
tool is used for?
Oui, monsieur. It is a dipstick.
What? Not really keep going these conversations. I guess that's the punchline.
Have you any idea what this tool is?
Oui, monsieur.
Thanks for your help, officer.
Yeah, the achievements seem like you really got to know your stuff to get the achievements in this Reforged. Bon. Oh, suppose I have to wait there. Oh well. Don't know why I'm clicking over that. Weird. You have to press like another button while he's going over that.
Excuse me, Sergeant.
Please go away, monsieur.
Show more my dipstick.
I know the identity of the dead guy. His name was Plantow.
Is that so? You knew him, did you?
No, but
We'll know everything there is to know about him soon enough.
I'm trying to be helpful here.
The best way you can help us is to go home, monsieur.
What do you suppose this tool is used for, Sergeant Moo?
It looks like something an obstetrician would use, monsieur.
I don't think so. I found it in that workman's toolbox.
Found it? I hope you did not steal it, monsieur.
Do I look like a common thief? He asked me to look after his hole and his belongings.
You certainly know how to enjoy your vacation to the fullest, monsieur.
See you later,
True.
Sergeant.
Okay. Suppose they didn't like add anything, but I mean, you can't really. Bon. Look at this.
It was a metal rod with a handle at one end and a short cross piece at the other. I lifted the cover to reveal what smelt like the entrance to a sewer.
Smelled like it? I mean, I don't know what it is. We did switch to like the new graphics, huh? Oh,
It was a
well.
shiny red plastic ball sat incongruously on the slippery green slimed floor. As I picked up the plastic ball, I realized it was intended to be worn. It was the clown's red nose.
Okay. Gonna be carrying that for a while, if I remember right. Bon. Hey, I like how they added this rat here for that. Well, it's not moving, is it dead? Why is there a dead rat?
It was a soggy, crumpled paper tissue. I scooped up the sodden tissue. It was cold and greasy, like breakfast leftovers.
It's finding all sorts of great stuff down here.
The railing was put there for a simple reason, to stop people getting past. It worked.
True. Why does the water line look so good as it did back then? I feel like the old water line looks better than the new one there, no?
It was a small scrap of cloth caught on the rusting spike. I took hold of the scrap of material and unsnagged it from the spike.
What?
The nose was hollow. Printed on the inside were the words, La Risée du Monde, Paris. It was the soggy tissue I'd found in the sewers. It was the scrap of material I'd found in the sewer.
Sewer? And sewer. Well, that was
Hi there. Hold it right there. You swore, right? I knew you'd come back. And now I've got you.
What are you talking about?
You're trespassing. Come out of there immediately.
That's what I'm trying to do. Give me your hand.
Ha! You won't catch me with tricks like that. Keep your distance, monsieur.
Okay, okay.
Now, what were you looking for?
car there. What's I looking for? Tell the truth. Oh well.
I was looking for a clown.
Huh, ridiculous. Do you really expect me to believe that?
He planted a bomb in the cafe and blew it up.
What? The cafe? Blown up? Mon Dieu. That is awful. And you say the
I'm
person
deaf.
responsible was dressed as a clown?
That's right. He blew up the cafe, escaped into the sewer, changed his clothes, and came up here.
Ah, mon Dieu. Then, the man I chased, do you think that man and the clown are one and the same?
Well, yes, it had crossed my mind.
Ah,
that still does not explain what you were doing down the sewer. For all I know, you are in league with him.
Oh no, I'm just a tourist.
Most tourists are content with the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, or the Pigalle. I didn't realize my waste pipes were such an attraction.
Can I get those Pokemon cards exclusive to the Louvre?
Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't. Who is he?
The man who was killed in the cafe. I'm gonna find the guy responsible. I'll find him. Even if it means following him down every sewer in every city in Europe.
Ah, you'll need some sensible boots. You won't get far in those stupid sneakers.
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
Oh, hey, she isn't hurt, is she?
No, she's fine.
Oh, thank heavens. A poor girl like her isn't safe with the likes of you roaming the streets.
Can't you understand? I'm not a gangster. I'm an American tourist.
Ah, that's what you say.
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
I didn't notice. Now are you going to leave? Or do I have to call the police?
What? So sus that.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
What is there to tell? He was a typical criminal type. Just like you.
Like you.
Perhaps you'd like to take a look at my card?
What is this? Inspector Augustin Rousseau? What does that say? Hominoid Division?
Homicide. I think the ink's smudged.
Then you are not a tourist.
Okay, I'm not. I lied to you. And I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, monsieur. You know, I had a feeling there was something different.
Really?
It is your posture, your poise.
Posture
Yes.
check?
There is no mistaking the bearing of a disciplined man. And I should know. I was in the army, you know. When I was your age, I was fighting for my land in the African desert. How can I help you, Inspector?
Let's start over from the beginning. And tell it just like it was.
Like how it was. Should have done the other stuff now. Before. Wow. Yeah. If there's like an achievement for like doing certain stuff. Yeah. Before like progressing the story, and then you really gotta know your stuff to get them.
Does this piece of material mean anything to you?
That is the same cloth as the jacket I found. I'd recognize that pattern anywhere.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur. It's disgusting. What on earth possessed you to show it to me? Someone had emptied their nostrils into it.
Take a look at this false nose.
Aha! That looks like a clown's nose to me.
Precisely. He must have dropped it in his panic.
Unless he wanted you to find it.
Why would he want to do that?
To put you off the scent.
This is what I used to open the manhole cover.
I am one just the same as that, monsieur. I will fetch it if you like.
No, don't bother.
Oh, it is no bother, monsieur.
Nah, forget it.
Just trying to be helpful, monsieur.
Hey?
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
You can't suspect her, surely.
Just answer the question, please.
Yes, I know her. Quite well, you could say. She came to work at the cafe 6, 7 months ago. I look forward all week to the relief she gives me when she visits.
Really? So you'd miss her if she wasn't there?
Oh, mais oui. Where else would I find her? Cut my toenails.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
He was a mean one, monsieur. He grabbed me in an armlock. His face suddenly next to mine. His grip was like iron. But he did not know what he was up against. Oh no. He made a big mistake when he took on one of the desert hyenas.
Yes, yes, I get the picture. Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
So you don't want to hear about my experiences in the desert? I fought to make this country what it is today.
I'm sure you did, but I'm a little short of time. Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
Why, yes, it was. Clutched in his arms like a baby.
That belonged to his victim.
Oh, what do you think was in it? Drugs? Stolen jewels?
I don't know, but the killer thought it was worth a man's life.
Nothing is worth that, monsieur.
Now, about the jacket you found. Do you have it here?
No, monsieur. One of the sleeves was badly torn, so I sent it for repair. Pity, because otherwise it was a fine piece of quality tailoring. It had the tailor's name inside on the label.
Where did you send the jacket?
I gave it to an itinerant Romany seamstress.
Just my luck. Was there anything in the jacket pockets?
Not a sou. You know what I think?
Do tell me.
He changed out of the clown suit and cunningly disguised himself as an ordinary person.
Looks like I'm up against a mastermind. What was the name on the label?
It was a foreign name. Todrick, I think.
Did you get the address?
There wasn't one, monsieur. Only a telephone number.
Well, I don't expect you to remember a phone number you've only seen once.
74 98 08 59.
You're kidding. That's his phone number?
Yes, that is a little number that I learned in the desert. I was taught the technique by a jewelry shaman.
That's incredible.
It comes in handy at the supermarket checkout. Do I get a reward?
Honesty, monsieur, is its own reward.
Then I'm glad I do not rely on honesty to pay the bills.
True.
I have to be going. Thanks to your help, the citizens of Paris can sleep a little easier tonight.
Raymond, I was only doing my
Raymond?
duty, monsieur. Good luck, Inspector. I hope you catch that killer soon. I'll let you out.
I hope you get the killer soon.
I hope you find your man, Inspector.
So do I.
I don't really get like what he is. I guess he's kind of like a valet kind of guy. Or like, is that his house? I don't. I mean, they don't really ever say. Oh well. I kind of forget what you have to do now. So you can ring Todrick.
Bonjour, Kula.
It's me again, George Stobart.
Hi, George. Any news?
You bet. I met a witness who spoke to the clown. And I know where the killer gets his suits.
No kidding. Hey, I'm impressed.
You are? Well, it wasn't easy.
Look, why don't you come here to my apartment?
Fine. Where do you live?
361 Rue Jarry.
Okay, I'll come right over.
Jarry. Simple.
Sergeant Moo?
Yes,
I've tracked down the clown's movements, Sergeant.
is that so, monsieur?
Yeah. There's a man down the street who saw him crawling out of the sewer.
Dressed as a clown?
No, he changed into ordinary clothes by then.
So, how did he know it was the clown?
He didn't. but all the clues add up.
Little children can add up, but I wouldn't let them manage my bank account.
Well,
I found this red nose in the sewer,
What were you doing down there?
fishing for clues. That's where the clown went.
You still insist you saw a clown, monsieur?
Of course. And this novelty nose proves it.
It will take more than a plastic proboscis to convince Inspector Rousseau.
You don't want this as evidence, then?
Certainly not, monsieur.
it's policeman,
Did I
man.
steal my tool, Sergeant?
Yes, monsieur. Unfortunately, you did.
Are you sure you don't want this false nose?
Don't try my patience, monsieur.
Do you recognize this dirty tissue?
No, monsieur, I do not.
I found it in the sewer.
Perhaps it would be better if you put it back there.
No way! This could be an important clue.
If you say so, monsieur.
Do you recognize this dirty tissue?
I told you, no, monsieur.
I believe this material came from the clown's clothing.
If you are right, monsieur, then the clown must be an Englishman.
Well, how do you figure that?
Mm-hmm.
Only the English would wear a suit made from material like that.
Don't you like the English?
It is not so much a question of liking, rather one of taste. They have none.
True,
See you later,
true.
Sergeant.
Personal attack. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like some of these achievements are like you gotta go all the way back here. Gonna be pretty crazy. Still no Rossol.
Hi, it's me again.
Again?
Yes, I spoke to you earlier.
But of course. It is Monsieur Hardy.
Stobart. George Stobart. I found this red nose near the Café de la Chandelle Verte.
A clown's nose?
That's right. The guy who wore this is a savage killer.
If you say so, monsieur.
I found this tissue.
What the hell is that?
It's evidence.
Evidence of what? Mayonnaise smuggling?
The sticky stuff is grease paint.
Ah. And that is supposed to make me happy, is it? I suggest you think long and hard about what you are doing with your life, monsieur.
I found this scrap of material in the sewer.
Vraiment?
It was probably torn from the clothes of a psychotic killer.
Even if you were Sherlock Holmes, I would have trouble believing you.
I mean, it's not wrong.
Have you any idea what this tool is used for?
Oui, monsieur. It is a dip.
How come that one keeps repeating?
Don't you want to look at this nose?
Not particularly, monsieur.
Don't you want this tissue?
No, I do not.
I found this scrap of material in the sewer.
Vraiment?
It was probably...
Even...
Right.
Thanks for your help, officer.
You know what, I like some of them just don't have repeat dialogue. Suppose I call Todrick.
Hello? Who is this? Hi. My name's George Stobart. You don't know me.
Correct, Mr. Stobart. I don't. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm trying to trace one of your customers. Could I maybe come over and talk to you?
No. No, that's not possible.
Oh, okay. Forget it. Listen, all I want is a name.
What are you talking about? Who are you working for?
I guess you might say I'm acting in the interests of truth and justice.
Ah, thank God. I thought you were the police.
There are innocent lives at stake, Mr. Todrick. Lives that you could save.
You're collecting for charity, yes?
No, I'm not. All I want from you is information.
Go on. I'm listening.
Alright.
Do you know a guy called Plantar?
No, I never heard of him.
Shall I tell you what happened to Plantar? How he was killed in cold blood?
I told you, I never heard of Plantar.
Okay,
What
well,
do you know about the clown who bombed the Café de la Chandelle Verte?
I don't have no idea what you're talking about.
You're cool, Todrick. But I think you know more than you're
don't
saying.
have
I
no
don't know who you be,
double
but
negative.
sure I am. You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know if you're saying that to make me think you don't know what I mean, but... Oh, this is ridiculous. Quit playing games with me, Todrick.
I tell you, I know nothing about no clown.
I expect Plantar's a family man, don't you? In their little apartment, Madame Plantar is cooking the supper, listening for the familiar sound of her husband's key in the door. Junior is waiting for his daddy to come home from work. He can't wait to show him the merit marks he earned in school today. Only tonight, Monsieur Plantar won't be coming home.
You forgot the puppy.
Huh?
The faithful puppy dog, waiting for the sound of his master's voice.
Well, maybe they don't have a dog. What do you think?
I don't know Plantar. I never heard of Plantar. None of this has anything to do with me.
Okay, well,
Did you know that one of your customers was a part-time clown?
If a guy feels happy with a funny nose and custard down his pants, what's the problem?
Thanks for nothing, Todrick.
okay, well, don't think that's the right time. Todrick's a lot meaner than I remember. I mean, you literally only talked to him like twice, I think, so. Ruhiari. Yeah, like, it kind of looks like you can, like, go to all these places, but yes, you can't. Maybe just as well, I'm playing this now, just as Notre Dame's been rebuilt. Okay.
The shop window featured a display of gowns and women's stuff. It wasn't the style of the clothes in the shop that caught my eye, but the prices. The same amount of money would feed a starving family for the rest of their lives. I guess people who buy that kind of stuff don't have a problem with their consciences. The shop window featured a display.
Say the same thing here.
The window was full of overpriced clothes for overprivileged women.
The trees look so nice here. Gotta say, I mean, you can't deny it doesn't look good. I wonder if they're gonna do this with like the other ones. Well, I say other ones. I mean, there's only one you could do it with.
They were lilies or tulips. Some kind of flowers anyhow. Pretty, I guess, if you like that sort of thing. Me? I couldn't see the point of buying something that was already half dead. I inhaled deeply, expecting to experience the scent of the flowers. What I got was traffic fumes.
I'm going with George on that. I think buying flowers for B-boys never really made sense to me.
It was a food store selling fruit and vegetables. I glanced without much interest at the fruit. It was dusty, shriveled, and tired looking. The vacant shop was sealed with a steel blind. There was no way of lifting the securely locked blind.
Alright. I think that's it.
The woman was doing something with a pair of needles that couldn't be described as knitting. She was a cheery old soul, the kind you'd walk across the street to avoid. Oh, hi.
Bonjour, monsieur. Would you like me to foretell your future?
No thanks.
I'm very good, and it only takes a minute.
Thanks all the same, but I'm not superstitious. Besides, if it only takes a minute, that's not much of a future to look forward to. What do you make of this tool?
Is it something a dentist would use?
No, it's for raising manhole covers.
Formidable.
Did I show you this tool?
Yes, my dear.
Only my French teacher used to say that all the time.
Do you recognize this nose?
Non, monsieur.
Do you recognize this nose?
Non.
Did I show you this tool?
Yes, my dear.
What can you tell me about this tissue?
Nothing.
What can you tell me about this
Nothing.
What can you tell me about this material?
It's a very expensive piece of cloth, monsieur.
How do you get music for that?
What can you tell me about this material?
It's a very
Are the flowers for sale?
Oui, monsieur.
Okay. I'll take a bunch of those white ones.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
No?
They are lilies, monsieur. Some people associate them with death.
Yikes. Well, thanks for telling me. What other flowers do you have?
Dahlias?
What do they signify?
Insecurity.
I don't want to give her the wrong idea about me. What about the tall yellow ones?
Those are iris, the flame of passion.
And the little yellow ones?
Sensuality.
Well, they're no use to me. I want to make an impression, not jump down her throat. Do you know a young woman called Nicole Collard?
Yes, I do. She lives upstairs from me, in the apartment block across the street. The door isn't locked, but you'll need to give it a gentle nudge. It sticks, you see, because of the damp. The landlord said he'd fixed it before winter sets in. He's been saying that for 3 years.
Sounds like a landlord.
How long has Mademoiselle Collard lived here?
A few months. She's in for a shock when the cold weather comes. Drafty windows, insufficient heating. It's a struggle to keep warm. The only reason I stay is because the rent is cheap. You're a young lady. She deserves better.
I thought Mademoiselle Collard was a successful photographer.
Not as successful as she makes out for all her fine clothes. Oh, I've heard her crying herself to sleep at night.
That's awful.
Now, don't you let on that I've told you. She's proud, that one. Too proud, if you ask me.
I've changed my mind. Will you tell my fortune?
You're going on a long journey.
My, oh my. What a surprise. Can you tell me anything I don't already know?
10 francs, please, my dear.
10 francs? That's a ripoff.
Please yourself.
How does this
You got any
fortune-telling
money?
routine work?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be selling flowers for a living.
Haven't you ever wondered why you were blessed with the gift?
Well, it's a bit like satellite television, I suppose. Some of us are born with a built-in receiver dish. I just happen to be one of the lucky ones.
Can you really foretell the future?
Only time will tell, monsieur. The strange thing is, I can't seem to see myself in the future. Other people, I have no problem. But when I try to see what might happen to me, nothing.
That must be scary.
Maybe. I figure it's a kind of natural safety mechanism. Either that, or I don't have a future.
See you later.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
Oh, a lot of creepy music going on there. Okay, wow.
The door was shabby and in need of a coat of paint. I couldn't imagine the Collard woman living here.
Yeah, I think you actually like can't open this unless you talk to her.
Remembering the flower seller's advice, I pushed the door gently just above the lock.
Gently.
Bonjour. I'm glad you could make it, monsieur.
Please, call me George.
Fine. I'm Nicole. Take a seat, George.
Oh, they're like completely different.
Eh bien? And what have you been up to?
I've been exploring the sewers beneath the cafe.
I thought I could smell something bad.
The clown used the sewer to escape and to change out of his costume. I guess he was in a hurry. He left his jacket behind.
And?
I got his tailor's phone number. What's more, I know where he hired the clown suit, too.
You had better luck than I did.
Luck, she said. Luck! Hard work, I'd call it. What happened?
I took my photographs to the editor, but he wasn't interested. Can you believe it? He told me to drop his story.
But you're not about to do that.
Oh, no. I am going to find out what's behind these killings. You know what I think? It's a conspiracy. The police in 3 different countries have kept very quiet about the murders. The press don't connect them at all. They blame them on political, religious, or militant minority extremists.
That covers just about everyone.
That's true.
This is the tool I used to get into the sewers.
Fascinating, George.
You're not interested, are you?
Of course I am. I think it was very brave of you to go down those sewers.
Yeah? Well, it was kind of scary, but... Well, I had a job to do. This is the tool I used to get into the sewers.
Yes, you showed me before.
I found this false nose
Oh,
in the
interesting.
sewer. It has La Risée du Monde printed inside it.
The laughing stock of the world. It's a costume shop near the Gare Saint-Lazare.
I'll check it out. Maybe the owner remembers who hired the clown costume.
Why don't you put it on, George?
No way am I wearing this. I'd look really stupid. Besides, he might have had a cold. I showed you the red nose, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Why don't you pay a visit to the shop it came from?
I just might do that.
Why don't I?
I found this tissue down the sewer.
Oh, bro, that's disgusting, George.
I think the stuff on it is grease paint, like actors use. Or clowns.
It's still disgusting. Get rid of it.
I found a
Worth a
piece of
stinger?
material
Okay.
near the cafe. When I showed it to the concierge, he recognized it right away.
It's very distinctive, all right.
Just wait until you see this. I developed the film I shot at the cafe. Here, George, it's an enlargement I made. Look what that guy's wearing.
Checkered pants. The same material as I found in the sewer.
That's right. This guy shouldn't be difficult to find.
Oh no?
Take a close look at his left cheek.
A scar. In the shape of a horseshoe.
Oh, a crescent moon.
I was like at the... Oh, she like took it when he came out of there. What happened to my piece of material?
Did I show you
just
this
steal
tissue?
that?
Yes, George. I asked you to get rid of it.
How come you enlarged this photograph of me?
Because I noticed the guy behind you, of course.
Do you want this photograph back?
No, you keep it. I can always make another print.
Tell me more about the clown's previous victims.
The first was Arno Bellotta, the millionaire pharmaceutical baron. He made his money from amphetamines in the post-war slimming and diet boom. Imagine it. Millions of housewives literally beating their butts off.
Was he killed for his money?
No. He had no living relatives, and his fortune went to the orphanage where he grown up. The only witness in the case was his Filipino au pair. She swears he was led to his death by a snowman.
What about the clown's second victim?
Yamada, the controversial Japanese green politician. He inherited his fortune from his father's electrochemical consortium. He was committed to dismantling Japan's automobile industry.
I can't see him gaining much support with a loony policy like that.
Yamada was a man of vision. He was years ahead of his time.
If you say so. How did he die?
At the end, or should I say, flippers, of a giant emperor penguin.
A snowman, a penguin, and now a clown. You know, I hate to admit it, but this is scary. And I'll tell you what, I won't be accepting any invitations to costume parties.
I don't blame you for being scared. I am too. But this story could be my only chance of a big break.
Or a premature death. You speak very good English for a French girl.
Thanks. You speak very good English from America.
Scary music over.
Tell me more about yourself.
Oh, there is not much to tell.
Well, how did you get into photography?
I guess I owe that to my father. He bought my first camera. I was 8 and my parents had just split up.
Did you live with your father?
Yes, my mother went off with her new boyfriend. I don't mind. Papa was all I needed. 4 years later, he died in a plane crash.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's all right. I don't mind talking about him. He was more like an older brother, really. Always joking and laughing. Papa always wanted I should study art. That's why I went to college.
Did you learn about photography at college?
Oh, God, no.
I feel like I'd be
I
awful
couldn't
at
afford the
photography.
materials. We were billed for everything we used. Paint, canvas, paper. Most of my year turned to minimalism. It was cheaper. I used to go poaching in the park for squirrel hair. The only time I wasn't hungry was the term I did printing. I used to eat the potatoes.
You're making fun of me, aren't you?
Oh, no.
Do you have a boyfriend?
That's none of your business.
Oh, well.
May I use your telephone?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks.
Okay. So I left that one to the last because I thought that was achievement. Can't call Nicole. Why did he decide to draw the clown? I don't know.
Hello? Who is this?
Hello?
Mr. Todrick?
Oh, it's you again. What now?
Did you make a suit for a man with a scar on his face? A scar in the shape of a crescent moon?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Tell me where I can find him and I'll leave you alone.
And if I don't,
I won't leave you alone.
I can't tell you anything unless you give me his name.
Yeah.
Do you know where I can find the guy with the scar?
I told you. Without a name, I can't
Surely
help
you
you.
must know his name, right?
Thanks for nothing, Todrick.
Well, I guess not.
I'm going back out to search for that clown.
Where?
I guess I could visit the costume shop.
Good idea.
Okay, well. Well, I guess she's helping. I know there is that extra Nicole stuff they added in the director's cut, but I've only played that like once, so I don't remember what happens in that. I don't remember it being that good, so. And I mean, I noticed like they've not added it to this either, so yeah. Probably like some rights issue with that, I suppose, because I guess like Ubisoft maybe owns like that, like release of the game. I don't know. can show her this photo.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Hello, my handsome friend.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
What a hunk.
He's a killer.
I can see that. His eyes say it all.
Hi.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, dear.
Well,
See you later.
That's right, mister.
that's right, monsieur. Oh. Wait, why? Oh. I thought that was, I guess maybe you can't skip to the next screen? I don't know. I could show more the photograph. If there's any point.
Hi there. Remember me?
Ah, mais oui, Inspector. Have you found him?
Who?
The man in the sewer, of course.
I'm, sifting through the evidence.
Rather you than me, monsieur. That reminds me. Someone's been impersonating you. Came sniffing around just after you'd gone. Bold as brass. He tried to tell me he was a policeman. Inspector Rousseau, he claimed. I didn't tell him I'd been talking to you, not hours before.
Thank goodness. Impersonating a police officer is a serious offense. A man with so little respect for the law must be desperate.
Yes, my father used to say, desperation opens the door to the devil. He was always coming out with things like that. Stupid man. So, when you are not exploring sewers, what do you do?
I take a lot of showers.
Oh, very good, monsieur. A policeman with a sense of humor.
Let's go on now.
Oui, monsieur. Just like mine. Except that it is much smaller.
Take a look at this false nose.
You showed me before, monsieur.
Did I show you this tissue?
Oui, monsieur.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, I do. It's that villain I told you about.
I mean, he's like coming out of the door, so.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
I have to be going.
Good luck, Inspector.
I hope you catch the killer soon.
It was Nico's photograph of the man we suspected of killing Plantar.
I forget that guy's name, but I always think of him as that voice actor. I always think of him as the in like the newer Captain Pugwash in that cartoon they did. It's like the guy who's like, oh, I got a bad feeling about this.
The muscular
like
workman wore a morose
catchphrase.
expression, like a silent warning. Hey, you!
What do you want now?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, I don't.
I borrowed this tool from you while you were gone.
Keep it. I can afford to buy a new set now.
What do you make of
Kinda.
this clown's nose?
It would be more
quite
amusing
expensive.
if you were wearing it.
What do you make of this...
It would be more...
Do you recognize this tissue?
Certainly not.
Do you recognize...
Definitely not.
Certainly.
Right. Yeah.
I gotta go.
Don't let me keep you.
Hmm.
Sergeant Moo,
Yes.
do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur.
It's the guy who bombed the cafe. The clown.
This man looks nothing like a clown.
He's taken off his grease paint and costume.
Then there is nothing to link this man with the killing.
Nothing? Look at those murderous eyes.
Hardly likely to get him convicted.
Trying, yeah.
Do you recognize the man in this?
No, monsieur.
It's the guy.
This man
Is.
dead.
See you later, Sergeant.
Okay, well, that was not worth going back for that. See, that wasn't like insta skip. Maybe did I hold it down or something? Okay, well, let's go here. This one looks nice. That was like 1-to-1 with the old
It
one.
was a disgustingly realistic plastic novelty. Like one I'd left on the teacher's desk at school. Boy, that caused so much of a stink you'd have thought it was a real one.
No,
As my fingers closed on
I
the
didn't
plastic
get what they're
novelty,
talking about
I
there.
realized my mistake. It was a novelty, all right, but it wasn't plastic.
Okay.
The dummy wore a traditional Puro costume. At least, I guess it was a dummy. I gave the dummy Puro a tentative prod, but it didn't move. She reminded me of a girl I dated back in high school. Come to think of it, the dummy had more personality. As I was about to touch
Zing.
the dummy, I realized it had the same color eyes as Nico. The strange thing was, I hadn't realized I'd noticed the color of Nico's eyes.
Bit
The
forceful,
sight
I
of the
think.
dog waste set my stomach churning again. I quickly looked away.
This is not bad.
No way was I gonna touch that thing again.
I don't remember this. Is this like new then, or like added back in? Because it did say they like there was like a few things added back in.
It was an antique phonograph, the kind you have to wind by hand.
Oh right, yeah.
The guy's spoon-shaped
Oh, that's
face
annoying.
was mournful and humorless. He looked like a vegetarian in a slaughterhouse. Excuse me.
Bonjour, monsieur. Please, come in. Welcome. Leave the mundane world behind, for in these four walls, fantasy is king.
I don't want a costume.
Didn't you ever dress up when you were a child?
Not that I remember.
Incredible. You'll be telling me next that you never shared your elder sister's lingerie.
I don't have a sister, and I think I'd look pretty silly in a brassiere. I just need some information.
Of course. How can I help you?
Right. I guess you gotta be a little bit eccentric.
What does this tool mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur.
What does this...
Nothing.
Nothing, monsieur.
Have you heard of a man named Plantal?
I do not recall anyone of that name.
Does this dirty tissue mean anything to you?
Let me smell that. Bestheimer's number 7 white pancake.
Theatrical grease paint, right?
Oui, monsieur. La crème de la crème of Cespian accoutrement.
Have you sold any of it recently?
Yes, 2 cans.
Hmm.
Do you want this red nose back?
Not after it's been worn, thank you.
You recognize this
No
man?
way you could wash it.
Oui, monsieur. That is the man to whom I sold the grease paint. I remember the scar on his face.
Hmm.
He chose 2 costumes. Bozo the clown and Seamus the pixie.
A pixie?
Very smart. Green silk with a taffeta lining. He gave me his name as Monsieur Card.
Khan.
Are you sure this is the same man who hired the clown suit?
Certainement, Monsieur Card.
I think I lost my dialogue option at the top there. Alright.
About this
I have already given you my professional opinion.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure, monsieur. Allow me to shake you by the hand.
Okay,
Well, okay. What are you trying to do, kill me?
You did not find it amusing?
I never saw the funny side of electroshock therapy.
Eh bien, it is yours to keep. A gift?
Do I need a license?
No, but I give you a word of warning, monsieur.
What?
Remember to switch it off before you visit the toilet.
I never had like any electric shock stuff. I've never seen like an electric shock hand buzzer thing ever in real life. You always see like the Joker have it, but yeah. I always assumed like they weren't actually real.
The guy's spoon-shaped face. He looked like a...
I mean,
Excuse me?
Oui,
try
monsieur.
the buzzer on him. I think there's an achievement for like trying this buzzer on everyone.
Do you want this buzzer back?
No, you keep it.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
My pleasure, monsieur.
Bon. You're just not gonna talk about that random dog turd that he just has in his shop. Okay, well, let's go back to the cafe then and try this buzzer on B-Boy, yes.
Hello again.
Yes, Inspector.
Yes, Inspector.
Shake my hand. Go on, shake it.
You're joking, aren't you? Nothing personal, but you've been mucking about down this sewer.
Wouldn't you like to shake my hand?
Frankly, no.
Right,
I
well,
have to be going.
Good luck, Inspector.
good luck, Inspector.
Hi.
You're the guy who gave me the tip, aren't you?
Huh?
The racehorse. Salahuddin.
I didn't say this before.
Yeah, but
I put every franc I had on that horse.
listen,
My lifetime savings, next month's rent, everything.
Oh, God.
She won by 3 lengths. I'm a rich man.
Call me Lucky George, the punter's friend. So how come you're still here?
I'm not going to let my newfound wealth change me, not one bit. I bought this hole, fittings and all. Now I can come and go as I please. No more clocking on or completion schedules. No foreman breathing down my neck. Thanks to you, I've found paradise.
I'm getting a mushy feeling in my chest. But not half as mushy as your head.
What do you want now?
Okay.
Do you recognize the man in this?
No,
Would you like to shake hands with me?
no, I wouldn't. One of the real pleasures of being rich is not having to be polite.
Would you like to shake hands?
No, one of the...
I gotta go.
Don't let me...
Alright. Bon. We gotta know like these triggers for stuff. Are you not go back down the sewer then? I don't know why I'm doing this, but see what happens if you go up here. I'm curious. Huh.
The fountain had probably been attractive at one time, but now it looked like an old stained urinal. The fountain had probably been
Both same thing for that.
It looked like some kind of antiquated invalid carriage, with passenger seats.
Kind of looks like Professor Layton's car.
The door was locked.
Probably like the car that is like based on. No idea about cars.
The door led to the apartment of the blustering old concierge.
You can't like go in here though, so.
Hello again.
Yes, Inspector.
Hey, is it about that?
I have to be going.
Good luck, Inspector.
Okay. Just lying right by the door there.
It was a small access door set into the wooden gate.
Okay, so no point going on that. Back here. Yes, as well. Okay. Police station, I guess.
It was Rosso's sidekick, Sergeant Moo. Excuse me.
Ah, Monsieur Stobart, n'est-ce pas?
That's
pas.
correct. You remember me.
The retention of such data is part of my duty as a gendarme. That is how crime is fought, through attention to detail, not intuition.
Yes, sure.
I'm like Poirot, and he's going n'est-ce pas?
Do you know a man named Khan? He's a shifty-looking guy with a scar on his left cheek.
No, monsieur. Has this man any connection with the bombing of the cafe?
Yes. I believe Khan was the name he used when he hired the clown costume.
Nothing to say about that. Okay.
Do you recognize the man?
No, monsieur.
It's the guy who
This man looks...
is taking off.
Then there is...
Nothing. Would you like to shake my hand, Sergeant?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur. The gesture could be misconstrued.
Would you like to...
Not while I'm...
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak to him?
Sure.
Yes, I do.
One moment, monsieur. Stobart is here to see you, monsieur.
Did he say what it was about?
No, monsieur.
Very well.
Hi, Inspector. Remember me?
But of course, Mr. Stobart. My mind is a well-ordered faculty. A mental classification system that's the envy of the Bibliothèque Nationale. No tricks, mark you, monsieur. Just exercise. Just as our muscles waste through inactivity, so our minds decay. But there is no need. If only people would learn to exercise their wits daily.
The
If he
brain
was trying to
rot.
impress me, it worked. He was pompous and patronizing, but he had style.
Eh bien, if you called about the bombing, you're too late. Investigations have been closed. But I've been taken off the case.
What about the murderer, the dead guy?
It is out of my hands.
What do you make of this, Rosso?
It is a tool for gaining access to sewers.
What do you make of this?
It is...
Why do you say it like that? Oh.
Don't you want to know what I found out about the killer?
I told you, monsieur, the case is closed. I have washed my hands of the whole affair.
Then I'll have to continue my investigations without your help.
No. You must forget the business of the clown completely. Go back to being an ordinary tourist, Stobard.
Stobard.
Did you find out the ID of the guy who was killed in the explosion?
I already knew who he was.
I heard that the bomb victim's name was Plantar.
Your sources are reliable.
He was a big shot at the Treasury, wasn't he? Maybe that's why you've been taken off the case.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot comment.
What was that psycho-detective business you did in the cafe?
It is my theory that the passions evoked in violent crimes create ripples in the ether, invisible to all but the possessor of a highly developed and receptive mind.
I'm impressed. Can you bend spoons, too?
I didn't think a man of your obvious intelligence would stoop to mockery.
I'm not mocking. I've had personal experience of the power of the mind. I used to get ignored at parties until I read a book that changed my life.
Really? What was it called?
Hypnotism for Fun and Profit. He looked at me as if I'd farted at a funeral.
The power of mesmerism is a rare gift, not a party trick.
Don't make the mystic mad.
You're not gonna try any of that psychic interrogation on me, are you?
Do you find the thought of my probing distasteful?
Let's just say I'd rather you didn't. I've got more doubts than doubting Thomas when it comes to mysticism.
Too bad. I think you would make an interesting subject under controlled regression.
The day I let anyone mess with my mind hasn't dawned yet.
Yeah, no probing, please.
Does this red nose mean anything to you?
I'd imagine it means you have not given up your pursuit of the clown.
You're absolutely right. Does this red...
I'd imagine...
You're absolutely... I found this tissue in the sewer.
It would have been best if you'd left it there.
I found it...
It would...
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No.
It's the face of a killer.
The man who bombed the cafe?
The photograph was taken soon after the explosion. He'd escaped through the sewers, leaving a trail of clues behind him.
Circumstantial evidence, Stobard. None of it proves a thing.
Would you care to shake my hand, Inspector?
Please don't be offended if I decline your offer, Stobard. The palms of my hands are particularly sensitive.
So long, Inspector.
I like sped up a little bit in the new graphics. Okay. Right, now you have to call Todrick, right, about the thingy.
Hello, Kula.
How he's called Carl?
It's George. I've been to see the costume seller at the Risée du Monde.
Why don't you come over and tell me about it?
Okay.
There's a lot of like little bits of dialogue there to think about. I really realised before how much there is. Until you like listening to all of it.
Oh, hi.
Hello, my handsome.
Would you like to shake my hand?
No, I wouldn't. I can see the future, remember?
See you later.
That's right, mister.
I mean, sure, I don't know if it works like that well, but I guess so.
Salut, Josh. What news?
Salut.
I've been to the costume shop.
Yeah, I like it. What are you supposed to be?
I didn't hire a costume. These are my clothes and you know it.
Did you ask about the clown?
Yeah. He used the name Khan. He hired 2 costumes, the clown and a pixie.
Then we're one jump ahead of him.
How do you make that out?
He probably plans to use the pixie suit next time he kills.
Oh, God, don't let it be me. I don't deserve to die at the hands of a pixie.
Don't be silly, George. That won't happen.
Oh, no?
No, because every time you see a pixie, you're going to run like hell.
Fair enough.
What are you doing to help trace the
Yeah.
killer clown?
Research, George.
Yeah? You have a copy of the clown's yearbook?
I have a telephone and lots of contacts.
Oh. Well, did you find anything useful?
Not yet. I'm employing my first and most useful weapon.
What's that?
Patience.
Oh, I've heard of that. Isn't it a substitute for decisive thinking? Have you found out any more about the murders?
Well, it may be nothing, but both the clown's victims visited Paris earlier this year.
When?
The second week of July. They were both here at the same time.
Did they meet?
I don't know, but I can't imagine it was coincidence.
Hmm.
The guy at the novelty shop gave me this.
What is it?
What?
A hand buzzer. You put it in your hand and give people electric shocks.
Why?
It's a gag. A practical joke.
If you ever use it on me, I'll break your arm.
Okay. I get the picture.
Good thing you didn't try it. Right, phone.
May I use your telephone?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks.
See, plan Dodrick.
Hello? Who is this?
It's George Stobart again.
What now?
I found out the name of the guy I'm looking for.
Is that so?
Yeah, it's Khan. You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, I delivered the suit to his hotel. The Hotel Ubu. I don't remember the room number. It was upstairs. The second room on the right-hand side of the corridor.
Thanks, Todrick. That's all I wanted to know. Now I've got you, Mr. Clown.
Not really, but okay.
Now we're getting somewhere. Do you know the Hotel Ubu?
The Ubu? Yes, I do.
That's where the clown stayed.
Good work, George.
Yes, I do. Well, right then.
See you later.
Where are you going now?
I could go hang out at the Hotel Ubu.
Watch out for Khan, George.
Don't worry, I will.
Okay, well, here we go then. Hotel Ubu. Yeah. Okay, well. Here they are. These flags look like a language selector on like PS1 games. Always have like a little animated flag.
The lobby was quiet, almost deserted. The sign listed the price of rooms, and boy, were they expensive. The killer must have been earning a fat wad to pay for accommodation like this.
Fat wad. Notes here. Those two. I'll take them to the last though. Since I've got to go inside. Anyway. Okay, that's just to leave again. Like here, you can't like skip. I don't know why. I guess it's only if you leave to like the world map or something. I don't know. How do I get rid of this dead fish? Fish skeleton. There really is like nothing in this alleyway. But you know it must exist for a reason. Probably one of the well. I'll see when we get to it, but probably the first like bit to get stuck on for sure.
The man looked like an amiable Bigfoot. Excuse me.
Yeah?
Oh, I don't know why he's like so short. Oh, he would be bigger.
What do these... Oh, never mind. Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
Nope.
Do you recognize this tissue? Think carefully now.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
I'm gonna have to hurry you.
Ooh.
Time's up, so I'll tell you. It's a used tissue with a liberal dump of Bestheimer's number 12.
If you say so.
Okay, well.
You ever meet a guy called Plantow?
No, I ain't.
You missed your chance. If you're quick, you'll catch him at the coroner's. Do you happen to know a guy named Tom?
Jokes about it
That
sometimes.
ain't nobody I know.
I'm sorry to be a burden on your brain. Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
No, I ain't. Don't tell me I missed him. Oh, that's too bad. I love the clowns, don't you?
I've seen daytime television that was funnier.
I love it when the little guys get hyped.
That figures.
Custard pies, hose pipe down the pants, then smack! A plank in the kisser.
Okay.
See you later.
Not if you see me first.
Let me save. Manuel save. Go.
Excuse me.
Yeah?
Do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
Is this a trick question?
No. I simply asked if you recognized him.
Okay then. No, I don't.
Shake my hand.
Nah.
Oh, rats.
Can't believe he actually tries it on him.
See you later.
Not if you see me first.
Kind of insane. Okay.
The guy looked just like a weasel. Excuse me.
Yes?
Yes.
Have you heard of a guy called Plantar?
No. That name means nothing to me.
I'm looking for a clown.
Are you trying to be funny?
No, I really am looking for a clown.
There are no clowns here except you.
Do you know a man by the
Walked
name
into
of
that one.
Khan?
No, I don't.
It's very important I get to see him, and
I told you. I don't know it.
what does this tool suggest to you?
Hard labor.
What is this tool?
Hard...
Have you ever seen this clown's nose before?
No.
Have you ever seen...
No.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. Take a good look at the substance it's smeared with.
You are sick. Very sick.
What is this tissue?
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
You are...
Do you recognize the guy in this photograph?
No. I never saw it.
Will you shake my hand?
Are you joking? Who knows where it has been?
Gloves on, right? Sure.
Forget it.
Well, in we go then. Oh, you wouldn't actually know unless, like, you walk outside again that, it's like even
Just a
happens.
minute, monsieur.
What's your problem?
No problem. If you cooperate.
What do you want?
Just a routine security check. Nothing to worry yourself about.
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, Flap.
You bet.
Hey, knock it off. Get off, you big ape.
Nothing, Guido. Zilch.
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Round here, we are the authority.
You want I should break his arms?
No. Let him go, Flap.
Okay, well. So, like, you feel like you don't leave the hotel at all? Like, you don't know about that till too
The
late?
figure of a sexless youth was frozen in mid-skip with a silly grin on its stone lips.
Huh? Beautiful. I don't know why, but I kind of want to save again, so really no need to. Probably getting like PTSD flashbacks.
It was a magnificent old Steinway piano. I figured the lady at the keys wouldn't appreciate a duet with a musical illiterate like me. I recognized the guy. It was the Nobel Prize winner from the country whose name I couldn't pronounce.
Ah. Yes. Won't be seeing him again in any other
The
games.
woman was obviously English. She had all the qualities of Boadicea, Elizabeth I, and Margaret Thatcher rolled into one. It wasn't a pretty sight. Hi there, ma'am.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a man.
You disappoint me, my dear. For one foolish moment, I thought. But never mind. Aren't you going to tell me your name?
George Stobart, ma'am.
How sweet! I once had a stable boy called George. I am Lady Piermont. The common reaction is to kneel and stutter, but it's not obligatory.
A real lady? I mean, you're an honest-to-God aristocrat?
Oh, I don't know about that. Few of my ancestors are honest, not even to God. I can trace my family back to the Normans, but don't let that intimidate you, George. Beneath that impressive pedigree, I'm just flesh and blood. The blood may be blue, but the flesh is the plump beef of old England, so to speak. You appear distracted, George. Is there any way I can help you?
Oh, oui.
I'm looking for a murderer.
Good heavens! You're a private detective.
That's correct, ma'am.
What's the term you Americans use? It's on the tip of my tongue.
I believe what you're thinking of is Dick.
Precisely.
Okay.
Have you come across a man who calls himself Khan?
I am familiar with only one person named Khan.
Genghis Khan, the legendary Mongol barbarian chieftain?
No, darling. Kevin.
Kevin Khan? I never heard of him.
I'd be most surprised if you had, darling. He's a pharmacist in Hemel Hempstead. Organizes fundraising for the Rotarians. Lovely man.
Does he have a scar on his cheek?
I really wouldn't know, sweetie.
Okay.
Can you think of any use for this tool, ma'am?
Ooh, I can think of someone I'd like to use it on.
Can you think of any use?
Ooh, I can...
Do you know what this is?
At a guess, I'd say it was a clown's nose.
That's right. It was worn as a disguise by a vicious killer.
Good heavens, are you trying to alarm me?
It's true. He uses the name Khan. Did I show you this photo?
Yes, you did.
I don't know if she's in
Does
any
this
other ones.
tissue mean anything to you?
Good God, no.
I just thought the smell might be familiar.
Please, darling, put it away. I'm no shrinking violet, but that object makes me feel quite queasy.
Does this tissue...
Please.
Oh.
Does this
Please, darling, not that again.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
My God, it's him. That's Merlin.
She represented everything I
Wow.
loved about the English. The lady was totally deranged. Merlin? You mean King Arthur's wizard?
Good heavens, no. Monsieur Merlin is a fellow guest.
Did I show you this photograph?
Yes, darling.
Would you like to shake my hand, ma'am?
Now, George, there's no need to be so formal. We met as tourists, and I want to keep it that way, despite the enormous social gulf between us.
I just couldn't bring myself to use the buzzer on this dear lady.
What?
The man you know as Merlin is a fake.
What do you mean, sweetie?
He's a murderer. He also uses the name Khan.
I am shocked, Mr. Stobart. Shaken.
Hey.
I took him to be a gentleman, a man of honor. You know, I'd rather like to assist you in stitching him up.
Yeah, that was a quick turn around there. I guess you just trust George or...
Are you here in Paris on vacation?
No, darling, I'm on holiday. I needed to get away after Algy's funeral.
I didn't realize you were mourning the loss of a loved one.
I'm not. He was my husband.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband's death.
You wouldn't be if you knew him, my dear. It gave me the opportunity to take a well-deserved holiday. Daphne suggested a change of scenery. Paris, she said. The wild romance is just what you need to take your mind off the inquest. Well, the closest I came to romance was being wooed by a drunken Breton chef. I must say I was disappointed with his coq au vin. Not at all what I was expecting. I was thinking of cutting my holiday short, packing my bags and heading back to Hemel Hempstead. That was until last night.
Go on.
What happened to you last night?
I was stricken, Mr. Stobart. Cupid's arrow has cleft my bosom.
They couldn't really miss.
It was just as I'd always imagined it should be. The intimacy of candlelight. Romantic music tinkling across the room.
And then, his stranger's glance. Those brooding eyes, that suave manner, those tight trousers. He was the man I'd been waiting for all my life.
I'm glad he finally turned up after all these years.
Ah, but it wasn't to be. He was merely toying with my affections. And if I ever catch up with him, he's dead.
Okay.
Did you know there's a gangster out front?
What makes you think he's a gangster?
The Italian suit and the bulge in his pocket?
I know plenty of men with Italian suits and bulges in their pockets. That doesn't necessarily make them gangsters.
That gangster I told you about? He went through my pockets just now.
Good heavens! One never knows what to expect in foreign parts. Thank you for the warning, young man. I shall hide my credit cards in my underwear.
Okay.
When did you last see Merlin?
It was no more than an hour ago. He came downstairs and spoke to that clerk chappie. Something passed hands. I couldn't see what exactly.
A briefcase?
No, smaller than that. A bundle of papers, perhaps. The clerk put it in the hotel safe and Merlin went out.
Are you sure you saw Merlin putting documents in the safe?
Yes, darling, positive.
I wonder what they were.
Obviously something of great importance.
Yeah. I'd sure like to get my hands on whatever it is. I'll bet they had something to do with Plantar's
Oh, hey, hey, Blue Owen. Yeah, it's a great voice. I always remember like the "Hello, George. What can I do for you now?" That's the one line I always remember.
Has Merlin returned to the hotel?
No, he hasn't. Are you going to search his room?
If I could get in there, I would.
Okay, I think that's it for her for now. Is she? I can't remember if she's in any of the other Broken Sword games.
I'm glad it was you I travelled with.
Oh, hey, oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, Broken Sword 3. I remember. I know this guy's in Broken Sword 3, but man, it's been so long since I've played Broken Sword 3. I know most of that's like in England, so I expect she is in that.
Hanging from a brass hook was a key and a plastic tag.
Her knees, okay. Yeah. I have finished 3. Broken Sword 4 I've only played like, I don't know, the first like hour, 2 hours off. I don't know why, because I didn't like hate it or anything. I just never got around to going back to it.
Excusez-moi, monsieur.
What?
You were trying to steal that key, no?
No way.
No. What do these look like? Pretty nice. Yeah. I always think of like the annoying like block sliding puzzles in 3, and it like puts me off playing it.
It was the register of guests staying at the hotel.
Yeah, same. I've only played 5 through once when it like came out.
Excuse me, didn't I see your picture in the news? You're that Nobel Prize winner
Yeah, the
from
block
some
puzzles.
unpronounceable Eastern European state.
Yes, that is me in person.
I don't want to worry you, but have you had any threats on your life? You know, mysterious phone calls, letters made up of headlines cut from the newspaper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The main thing I remember about 3 is getting shot like hundreds of times trying to get around big country like a state you have to like sneak around in. Oh my goodness. Hundreds of times.
Called Plantow?
I don't know anybody in Paris.
Oh, well, this guy's dead anyhow.
Why do you ask me about dead men? I have seen enough of dead to last me a lifetime.
I'm, sure you have.
It's like the one thing I remember. Well, I remember the start where you're in that plane and you have to like push the crate to like the other side of the plane so it doesn't topple over.
Have you seen a clown?
I beg your pardon?
The clown. A guy in funny pants. Have you seen him?
My pants are from England.
Yeah.
Marks and Spencer. They are a pleasure and a comfort to wear with much support.
Holy Marks
I'm
and Spencer
real glad to hear
glazing.
that. You know, it's good to know you Nobel Prize winners are human too.
In my country, the people make do with string and egg cartoons.
For pants?
For everything. Oppression is the mother of ingenuity.
Yeah, he's like Australian, that pilot. I can't remember like why that's in it because I swear like you don't do anything else.
Have you any idea what this tool might be used for?
Don't you like go to Egypt in
Would it mean
3
anything
or?
if I told you it was for lifting drain covers?
Such technology fills me with wonder.
I think you go like somewhere, but I can't remember where.
Do you recognize this tool?
Already you have astounded me with your advanced Western prong.
What does this clown's nose suggest to you?
In my country, we have no use for clowns.
Because
I'm glad to hear it.
They were dealt with most severely in the last cultural cleansing.
What about the mimes? Did you get them too?
All gone. Our streets are mime-free.
Sounds like heaven.
Yeah, it does. I don't like that many mimes around in Paris. I don't know. Yeah, the plane, it sets up like the block sliding for sure. Because I remember like you're like teetering over that cliff and you have to like push the box to like counterweight it.
You don't care for clowns, do you?
They belong in the circus, like
Yeah.
bearded women.
Kind of, it always makes me think of like the first part of Broken Sword 3 always makes me think of which Tomb Raider is it? Is it Angel of Darkness, where you're like going around Paris as well? It kind of like looks exactly like it.
Does this goo smeared tissue mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
Does this goo smeared tissue mean it?
No.
No.
Do you recognize this man? He calls himself Khan.
Yes, I know this man. Why do you carry his photograph?
I'm a private detective. This is a photo of Khan, right?
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
He's got no more than he does. Yeah. Because you go like, around like, there is like a bit in Paris, I think, right? And you have to like push a block up to some guy's window so you can like go in, man.
May I shake you by the
Yeah,
hand?
I've probably not played
I
for
do
like
not shake the hands of imperialist
15 years or something.
That's a real bad attitude problem you've got there. What's your interest in Khan?
He is an enemy of my people.
You know he's a killer.
Of course, amongst other things.
Would you help me investigate, Khan?
That is not possible. My instructions are to observe. I cannot jeopardize my position as an honored guest of this country's government.
See, because I remember this guy in 3, because he I don't think I recognized who it was at first. They were like, "Oh, it's this guy," and they just like expect you to know. Yeah, he's like sitting outside the pub. Yeah, I remember going in the pub because it's like most of that like takes place in Glastonbury, doesn't it? I remember like the end of it, like when like I remember how it ends, but I don't remember like pretty much any of the other stuff in that. Suppose I talked to the receptionist.
It was the register of guests staying at the hotel. There was no one registered under the name of Khan. If the killer was staying here, he'd used a different pseudonym.
Oh, right, yeah. It's been a while since I've played 2. I've definitely played 2 a lot less than 1, but...
The clerk wore a disdainful expression, like he'd been born with it.
Definitely like them. Isn't that the art dealer guy in 2? Isn't he in like another one?
I want some information.
Is he in 5?
The police?
I'm conducting a private investigation.
Ah, I know only too well what you mean. That is one of the drawbacks of the catering business. When people book into an hotel, they leave their morals at home, no?
No? A lot of nons in this.
Do you know a man named Plantow?
No, monsieur.
About the key hanging on the hook over there.
Oui, monsieur.
Oh, it is 5, yeah.
Number 21.
Is that room taken?
No. The guests checked out this morning.
I've not played 5 since it came out though, so I'm pretty rusty on that.
I'm looking for a man who dresses like a clown.
This is a highly respectable hotel, monsieur. There are no clowns here.
If you say so.
Like, the only parts of 5 I remember are like the cable car stuff at the end a little bit.
I've just been manhandled by a gorilla.
Yeah.
Yes? I do not see any signs of a gorilla.
I need to
not
play
a
it
real
again.
Gorilla. It was a guy who looked like a gorilla. It happened right out front of this building.
Let me get this quite clear. Are you complaining or bragging?
I want to know what you're going to do about it. The scrawny one has a gun.
I suggest you contact the police.
Can't you do anything about them?
What goes on in the streets of Paris is hardly my responsibility.
Okay. I think the priest guy's in 5 as well, isn't he? From this one.
Aren't you concerned that your guests are being intimidated by gangsters?
I'm sure there's way
No one
more. I
else has
just
complained,
don't
monsieur?
remember.
Did they steal anything from you?
Well, no.
Yeah, looking forward
they
to
didn't find
6.
what they were looking for.
What was that?
I don't know. I don't think they did either.
Should be good. I mean, if it looks like this, then I definitely should. Definitely not worried about with how it looks. I'm playing with the old graphics because, like, this channel's like about playing things that released during this week, so like the So like I'm playing this because the PS1 version of Broken Sword came out this week in 1996. So
I'd like to retrieve something from your safe.
yeah, I think the
Oui,
OG
monsieur.
still looks pretty
May
good.
I see some form of identification?
Like, I
Like
think they've
what?
like cleaned it up a little bit for
Driving
this,
license,
for sure,
perhaps?
but still.
I don't drive.
Your passport.
I don't have it with me. I could show you my operation scar.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I must have some form of unique ID.
You won't find a more unique ID than my scar.
I'm sorry. I must insist on a more traditional identification.
Rats.
Rats. Like Garfield, like.
I'd like to check into room 21.
That is not possible.
How come? You said it was vacant.
It is reserved for another guest.
Rats.
No, monsieur.
Funny enough, I was a little bit young when we played Broken Sword 1, but it was like mostly my sister'd play, and then we'd like watch her. But we got stuck in a part, and I don't know if it was like our fault or it's just like the PlayStation 1 port of it, but it's I don't know. I don't want to spoil it, but it's the part where you have to shake someone's hand to you know, not die.
What do you make of this tool?
Stunning, monsieur. I bet you handle it like a professional.
Yeah. Like, we just couldn't do it. And I don't know if it was because, like, we were just being stupid or, like, our copy was, like, scuffed or something, but we tried, like, so many times.
No, monsieur.
Yeah, you gotta be quick, yeah. I think it was probably just us being stupid.
Do you wish me to dispose of it for you, monsieur?
Hey, no! It could be useful. I'm holding on to this.
As you wish, monsieur. Perhaps you would like a little plastic baggie to keep it in?
Nah, it's fine the way it is.
That would be quite useful. Does it just keep everything in, like, the same pocket?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, monsieur. That man is one of our guests.
Yeah, that...
I cannot tell you that.
The PS1 version has, it does have, like, quick buttons, so I think it was, like, triangle, and it would, like, move the cursor to, like, the item bar at the top, but even with that, you still had, like, I don't know, you still had, like, no time to do it.
Oh, no, monsieur. That in...
Hey, shake my hand.
I'd rather not, monsieur. I'm still sore from the shock administered by one of the guests.
Oh, the demo?
He was secretly concealing an electrical device in the palm of his hand. Practical jokes are so puerile, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, sure. Hey, shake my hand.
I have already explained why I would rather not.
Oh, you got the original Big... Oh, that's nice.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
We didn't play... We were, like, console gamers for pretty much all our childhood, so we didn't have any, like, the big box ones, but they always look super nice. Do you get, like, any cool things in it? Let me save again. I don't know, like, why I'm saving so much. This hotel makes me nervous, but, like, you get, like, 3 auto saves, so you just don't have to do it anymore. Yeah, it's one of my favourites for sure. I mean, it's funny, like, I'm like, oh yeah, I know about Broken Sword, but it's like, Yeah, I actually only know about like Broken Sword 1, really. Oh yeah, that kind of sucks. You have to I was quite surprised for this Reforged. You have to like pay extra for the instruction book, which I do think is kind of a little not cool, but it is what it is.
The door was locked. The sign on the door read 21. The sign on the door read 22.
Yeah, it's like £5 as well.
Description was correct. This was the killer's room. The door was locked.
Yeah, funny enough, it's actually the
Room
GBA
number
port of
23.
this, which we played loads.
The door was locked.
Which is like probably the worst version because it's not got any of the voices in it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played the demo for Broken Sword 1. I definitely remember the one for 2. Because I remember thinking how smart we were for managing to do it without having to look anything up. When you got to get past like that dog barking at you at that fence. Okay, is this where you have to talk to her again, or is there another part I forgot?
Hello, George. What can I do for you?
Yeah, before Google. Before Google, we had to wait for my and like we didn't have the internet for like years, so we had to wait for like my sister to like look it up on the school computer, and then she'd like come back and do it, and then we'd like get stuck on the next part. And like, of course, when you're kids, like you don't think of like looking ahead to like the next part.
Would you distract the clerk while I borrow a key?
Are you asking me to aid you?
It was
in
very
criminal
slow
act,
progress.
darling?
Oh no, it's the key to an empty room.
And why, may I ask, do you wish to gain access to an empty room? Do you plan to squat?
No, ma'am.
Scouts honor?
I was never in the Boy Scouts, ma'am.
Oh, you should have been. What were your parents thinking of? It's a fine way for a boy to get licked into shape. Now tell me, why do you want to get into that room?
Yeah.
It's next to the room the killer is using.
Ah, so you plan to eavesdrop on Merlin?
I was hoping there might be a connecting door.
I shouldn't think my feminine charms would be much use in this case, but a good dose of English arrogance might do the trick.
Yeah. Yeah, I love like Reforged 2 at least. That'd be wonderful.
I say, you there, flunky.
Oui, madame.
Listen carefully. You do understand English, don't you?
Okay, no problem.
Madame.
Thanks for watching.
Good. I wish to deposit some jewelry for safekeeping.
I understand.
Are you quite certain?
Oh, bien sûr, madame.
Bien.
Over to you, my dear.
Can't you just like, don't you like just keep producing like more and more jewels if you don't do this in time?
In the back of the office was a small safe with a combination lock.
Don't remember what happens if you don't grab the key quick. This has like infinite jewelry bags to put in the safe. Okay. What was he showing the key?
What now, monsieur?
Do you recognize this key?
That is the property of the Hotel Ubu.
Correct.
May I ask how it found its way from the little ook to your pocket?
Would you believe it was put there by a poltergeist?
No, monsieur. The hotel is regularly serviced by an exorcist. If we had a ghost, Father Fécond would have flushed it out.
I suppose you want the key back.
Not spécialement. The room is vacant. Since you are so determined to conduct your little investigation, I won't stop you.
Okay. I expect so much
Thanks for your
dialogue
help,
just
buddy.
for that. I thought George would just be like, yeah, I shouldn't show this to him. Okay.
It was a key ring bearing one large brass key and a tag which read Hotel Ubu. It wasn't the right key for the door.
Oh, is it on that one? Wait. Oh, right, yeah. Got to go across the ledge, haven't you?
It wasn't the right key for the door.
Okay, well. Third time's the charm.
Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key.
Okay. What's that? Pretty much one-to-one. I don't know why they like change some of like the pictures and stuff. Just I guess like simpler pictures are like easier to do.
The cabinet was empty, but it smelled of onions. No kidding, it really did. A cabinet stood beside the bed. The window looked out over a narrow alley surrounded by high walls.
Okay. Couldn't help but notice it auto-saved that. It's any of this, alright? You can
The
look at.
cobbles of the alleyway looked very distant and very hard. If I wanted my shins sticking out of my shoulders, I could have jumped. Mama Stobart didn't raise no suicidal fools, though.
Old Mama Stobart. Yeah, that looks kind of weird, but okay. Pretty much like the same room. Like climb through the window
The
like
assassin had
backwards.
been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed.
Damn.
The cabinet had no drawers, just a single door. The closet was a solid, impressive piece of antique furniture. The bed was several times larger than the narrow cot I'd been given at the place I was staying.
Oh, didn't realise I had the new graphics on.
The bed was freshly made, and the crisp white sheets told me nothing about the killer's habits.
Quite an elaborate little animation though.
The pants were newly laundered and pressed with immaculate creases. There was nothing in the pockets of the pants. It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died. I searched the interior of the briefcase, but as I'd half expected, it was empty.
Well.
The door led back into the hall, idiot. The door led back
What?
into the hall, idiot.
I bet it's not subtitled.
I had the kind of feeling in my stomach that would usually send me running to the bathroom.
Oh, he just... Okay, he just auto does it. I thought you had to, like, click on a wardrobe. I don't know how he doesn't see George in there, honestly, but... It's like, it's not that big a wardrobe. Oh, okay.
The pants matched the jacket which the killer had lost in Paris. I couldn't believe my luck when I found 2 items in the pockets of the pants. The first was an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues. The second was a pass card which read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation. The pants matched the jacket which the killer had lost in Paris.
You don't need that for, like, ages, do you?
It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen.
Around the match box, you have to be using, where is it? I forget. Is it Cairo you go to, or, Marrakech?
The matchbook bore a pattern of swirling color and the words, Club Alamut. It was the card I'd found in the hotel bedroom. It read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Oh, Sylvia, yeah. It's one of those places. I think I'm thinking of 3 because I'm like fairly sure you go to Egypt there, but okay.
What now, monsieur?
Oh yeah. Hey, I'm awful at spelling.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
Non, monsieur.
Does this pass mean anything to you?
That is Monsieur Merlin's property.
That's right. Merlin the murderer. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say he's done.
You're making a big mistake.
Maybe. I can live with that.
Sometimes he says it Merlin, and sometimes he's like Merlin.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
Okay, I'm a little bit rusty on this part.
Hello again.
You just have to talk to her again.
Does the name on this matchbook mean anything to you?
Indeed it does, for Alamut was the home of the old man of the mountains. You do not know him?
No, I don't. Do you recognize this card?
No, I do not.
Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Well.
ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
Hello, George. I've never met anyone as posh as this in real life.
I found this matchbook in Merlin's bedroom.
It came from the Club Alamut. It might be useful to find out if that club is in Paris, George.
I found this pass in Merlin's room.
So, that deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has a million faces. I showed the pass to the clerk, hoping he'd give me Merlin's papers, but he wouldn't buy it. He's too scared.
I'll give him something to be scared of. Follow me, George! Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here
Oh,
show you
George.
Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but...
What's the problem?
He isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
It's just that simple. Ah, she's like way shorter.
I haven't enjoyed myself this much since Greenham Common.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
I don't really like a new look.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance that actually worked.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment.
Okay, well, here we go then. The first bit we got stuck on. Yeah. Now that's a point you actually have to save. I guess I'll do this just to see how it looks like. Gotta see it once at least.
There. Search him again, Flat.
Is this what you're after, Guido?
See, that's see.
I can explain everything. Well, almost everything.
Too late. You're on your way to feed the fishes.
I'm allergic to fish. I break out in blotches when I eat tuna.
Let's go.
Feed the fishes. Sometime later. Wow, okay. Oh, don't you get like the guy like digging your grave cutscene, or is that not for that?
It was the ancient manuscript which Khan had
Maybe
stolen
it's
from
not for that
Plantown.
death. Okay, well. Okay. I think like most of them have that, don't they? I forget though. Like, you can't like die that.
The door was locked.
You can't actually like die that many times. Honestly, in this compared to like some high point clicks. Well, man. I mean, when you know what to do, this, like, it's not that hard to figure out, I guess, but still. When you're a kid playing this, yeah.
I knew this was no way to treat an ancient manuscript. but I couldn't let it fall into the hands of the goons waiting outside.
I guess it depends if you decided to save in the hotel or not.
It was the rolled-up manuscript waiting to be retrieved. I figured it was best for me to return to the street before attempting to pick up the manuscript.
That's a good idea. Didn't realise I had any graphics on. I think it like defaults.
It was a massive mahogany wardrobe.
It defaults back to it when you don't.
There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor.
Lovely. How much is this hotel to stay in again? Okay, I don't think there's anything else. You talk to Lady Biramot again.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
I got the key. Thanks for your help, ma'am.
That ain't... Okay, well...
I have to go, ma'am.
Hold it right there. Search him again, Flat.
Nothing, Guido.
Okay, let him go.
See you, boys. They're in a different one as well, aren't they?
If the manuscript was what Flap and Guido were after, they were going to be disappointed.
Are they in
I couldn't
free?
wait to get back to Nico's apartment and check it out. You're just not going to believe what I found.
It's not another part of the clown's costume, is it?
Her apartment is like so different.
It's a medieval manuscript. Khan left it in the safe at the Ubu.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantar?
It could be, which means it's worth enough to kill for.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Look there, two guys on the same horse.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they couldn't afford one each. Whatever.
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar? Their official seal was an image of two knights sharing a horse. Whatever this manuscript means, it's connected with the Templars.
How come you know about these knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades. This guy, named Hughes de Payen, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim armies. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land. Safer journeys meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were. And as the years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers.
They're badasses.
They were so rich, even kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the hands of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master, Jacques de Molay, was burned alive. But the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found.
Jeez. So the treasure is hidden, waiting to be discovered?
If there ever was a treasure,
It's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
But maybe that's what the clown and his accomplices are after. Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping. Think about it, Josh. One guy's already died for it, as you said yourself. Besides, that parchment is fragile.
Okay, I'm convinced. You keep hold of it.
Definitely didn't chuck it out a window. Already.
I found this matchbook in the killer's hotel room. It's from the Club Alamut.
Never heard of it. Is there anything written inside it?
No, what were you expecting?
If this was a movie, there'd be a clue. A name or an address? That's no use. There aren't even any matches in it.
Oh well, I'll keep it as a souvenir.
Yeah, like every point-and-click protagonist.
I found this in the
keep
killer's
everything.
room.
What is it? A credit card?
ID, Thomas Merlin, of the Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Never heard of him or the company.
I found Plantow's briefcase in the killer's hotel room. It was empty, of course. Let's take another look at the manuscript.
I guess so.
Let's face it, we need help, George. Someone who knows about these things.
Who do you suggest? Indiana Jones?
I know a guy who specializes in medieval studies. His name is Lobino.
Huh. Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics, I suppose.
Far from it. Andre isn't stereotypical professor you have in mind.
Where can I find this Lobino guy?
At the Kroon Museum. I'll give you the address.
Labano. And he's in another one as well, isn't he?
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod. There's a guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a tapestry.
Or a duvet cover. It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere famed for weaving and ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes.
A knight with a crystal ball. Now, there's something written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
You speak Latin? Where did you learn a trick like that?
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy. Tell me that again.
Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the wicked queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall," wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid, Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten me in the least.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either.
Okay, well. At least they changed this, so you haven't got to look through it every time.
Maybe I'll check out the Kroon Museum.
I'm sure you'll find it useful, George.
Progress music. Achievement. One of the achievements is like you got to use the buzzer on everyone.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, but I can tell you one thing. There's no such place as the Club Alamut in Paris.
Can you tell me anything about this security pass?
I can tell it doesn't belong to you.
How come?
Give me some credit.
If you're an electrician, I'll eat my antirrhinums.
You're a remarkably talented lady.
She sure is.
See you later.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
They're kind of like cryptic about the with the achievement descriptions as well. So they're like for Broken Sword fans for sure. Suppose I show him these. Not there's any point.
Excuse me.
What do you want now?
I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur? Where is the victim?
I'm the victim. I've been harassed by a pair of thugs.
I see. And where did this alleged assault take place?
Outside the Hotel Ubu. They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspects, monsieur?
One looked like a gorilla, and the other looked like a weasel. Their names are Flap and Guido.
I'll get them this time.
What are you going to do about Flap and Guido, Sergeant?
I'm going to bust them, monsieur. For years I have been hoping to pin something on that pair. Now's my chance. I'll show them. And the inspector.
Thanks, Sergeant. Thanks for taking me seriously.
I'm only doing my duty, monsieur.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you, Sergeant?
That's a double-lined Swedish with a crosshatch Bergman strike strip. Now, that's unusual. Pre-war Anderson hinging.
Really?
I haven't seen a reinforced Anderson outside of a private collection.
It's rare, then?
In this part of the world, yes. There are only 3 places these are made. Taiwan, Manila, and Slough.
Okay. One of those places, not like the others.
Does the name Merlin mean anything to you, Sergeant?
Nothing, monsieur.
Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak?
Yes, I do.
One moment.
One moment.
It's Stobart, monsieur. He insists on talking to you again.
Thank you, Moo.
May as well talk to Rosso while I was here.
What now, monsieur?
Oh yeah, yeah. You really gotta know which things advance the story and stop you from going back to places. You kinda gotta be an expert.
Do you know a pair of thugs called Flap and Guido?
Or at least save
I have known
often,
those
I guess.
They graduated from special school. Flap is a nasty piece of work, but Guido is the real brains of the partnership. Where did you hear of them?
I met them out front of the Hotel Ubu. Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur. I suggest you ask Sergeant Moo about that.
Moo.
God only knows why, but he collects matchbooks. He claims it is a hobby.
Does the name Thomas Merlin mean anything to you?
No, monsieur, nothing.
It's another one of the assumed names used by the killer.
Ah, the famous killer clown case.
Yeah. You might have forgotten all about it, but I still aim to find that guy.
Hey, what?
So long, Inspector.
Yeah, I got one for making the waitress faint again. Which I didn't mean to, but apparently that is an achievement. And that's the only non-story one I've gotten so far. This is I only just bought this yesterday for the stream, so I haven't actually played the Reforged yet. I did watch the PlayStation Access channel did a little half-hour playthrough with Charles Cecil, which was pretty cool. I mean, I could go. Meh. Okay, this place. Oh, did you watch that? Yeah.
Through the grimy glass, I could see several large shapes in a gloomy room. What they were, I couldn't imagine.
I do like how Rob still mentions like the goat puzzle now and again.
Access to the side and rear of the museum building was blocked by a dense clump of bushes. A real
So
macho
dense.
guy would have plunged straight into the spiky, scratchy bushes. Not me.
Not me.
I considered smashing my fist through the pane, wrenching open the window, and vaulting triumphantly into the building. Then I thought, no, that's dumb. Besides, I might get hurt.
I wish I fought like George.
It was a statue from ancient Egypt. Those old civilizations sure could teach us a few things about art and beauty. The statue didn't deserve to be mauled by a Philistine like me. The attendant had an air
this
of
god, I forgot about this
self-importance
guy.
and the kind of steely eyes that never seemed to blink. Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Are you Lobino?
Oh, no. Fancy you mistaking me for him. No. I am the deputy custodian.
But Lobino does work here.
Work? I wouldn't go so far as to call it that. He studies here most days, but as you can see for yourself, not today.
Well,
what does this tool mean to you?
That belongs in a museum.
Pardon?
It is a priceless historical artifact, if I am not mistaken.
No, it's a plain old tool for lifting drain covers. Do you recognize this red nose?
I don't think so.
I showed you my tool, didn't I?
Oui, monsieur. Most impressive.
maybe you gotta show your tool to everyone.
Do you recognize this red nose?
I don't think so.
What do you make of this tissue?
It is absolutely disgusting, monsieur.
What do you make of this tissue?
It is...
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, monsieur. Is there any reason why I should?
I guess not. Do you recognize the man?
No, monsieur.
I guess not.
I guess not.
Would you like to shake my hand?
Not while I'm on duty, monsieur.
Would you like to shake...
Not while I'm...
Have you ever heard of the Club Alamut?
Oh, no. I don't frequent places like that.
Have you ever heard...
Oh, no.
Okay. Too strong with the denial there.
Do you recognize this ID pass?
No.
Okay, well.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
Do you know anything about medieval
French
manuscripts?
phrase?
Not me, monsieur. I am no scholar. Though people often mistake me for one. It is the uniform, I guess. They see the clothes. They are impressed.
And they ask you to park their cars?
They ask me to park the... No, no, no. They assume I am an authority on the exhibits in my care.
Whereas you know next to nothing about history.
Of course not. All I am saying is, I am no scholar. Not like Monsieur Lobino.
Well, that's
Thanks
helpful.
for your help. metal rod attached to the wall was connected to the window.
Attention! Please do not open the window, monsieur.
Don't you think it's kind of stuffy in here?
Better stuffy than dead.
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
So what's the problem?
They cook their burgers on a charcoal grill. And the fat falls on the open flame. The amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled. And it stinks like a funeral pyre. That is why I keep the windows closed.
I mean, good as a reason as any, I guess.
I tried to sneak my hand inside while the guard wasn't looking, but the case was locked. The case contained some fragments of pottery. They looked to me like broken flower pots. Above them, a sign read, L'Âge Paléolithique. The case contained 2 rows of silver coins. Each coin on the lower row showed a portrait of a guy with a huge nose. I tried to raise the glass cover of the case, but it didn't budge. I looked down at a collection of tools with wooden handles and tarnished metal blades. There were knives, chisels, and spikes fanned out in a semicircle. I guess there's always been a need for home improvement. I tried to sneak my hand inside while the guard wasn't looking, but the case... There was nothing in the urn. It was a large brass urn.
Not iron.
It was a tapestry of a lady, a lion, and a unicorn. If I'd had more time, I could have stared at it all day. Touching an object as rare and beautiful as that would have been the act of a barbarian.
A lot of stuff to click on here. Ah, the sarcophagus.
It was an ancient Egyptian sarcophagus with a beautifully painted effigy of its owner on the lid.
Not using this yet, I think.
Leave it alone. That closet is over 3,000 years old.
Closet? It's a sarcophagus.
Same thing.
The attendant had an air of self-importance and the kind of steely eyes that never seemed to blink.
This tripod looks interesting.
In the case was a spindly tripod, blackened with age and pitted with rust. It was identical to the tripod pictured on the manuscript. A notice identified it as 15th century from Western Ireland. It had been found in Loch Marn at the site of a Knights Templar preceptory. Ireland!
What's this?
This tripod was found in Ireland.
I will have to ask you to keep your voice down.
I'm sorry, I was excited.
Ireland.
It was a stone carving from ancient Egypt. I was no desecrator of tombs.
Hey, no! No, monsieur. No.
What's wrong?
You must not handle the exhibits.
I'm sorry.
What?
The case contained a collection of rocks. They were all shapes and colors, but they were still rocks. Above them, a sign read, L'Âge Paléolithique.
Oh, is that the same one? Oh, the totem pole, right, yeah.
The totem pole looked distinctly out
forget
of
that.
place in the setting of the museum.
It'll blend it in. Hold on there, George. Might need that later. Okay, well, I think that's it for that.
The tripod was definitely the one on the manuscript. The Templar connection confirmed it. I was tempted to go to Ireland to check it out.
It's just a short trip. Okay. I suppose about tell Nicole that I'm going. I don't think you have to, but I feel like it'd be rude not to just fly to Ireland and not tell her.
Hi, Jules.
I found the tripod.
Where?
In the museum. It belonged to the Templars. It was dug up in Ireland at a place called Loch Marn.
I have heard of Lochmarn. I read an article about the castle. Take a look for yourself.
Huh.
A popular gossip magazine? You read that rubbish?
No, I write it.
Professor Nigel Pegram, excavating the medieval castle at Loch Marn. That's strange.
What?
He resigned his chair at Durham University in order to devote his time to the excavation. Not only that, but he canceled the filming of a 4th series of his popular television program. This site at Loch Marn must be awful important to him.
He's a professor of history. They're all cuckoo.
All the same, I'd like to talk to this Professor Pegram. How do you feel about a trip to Ireland?
Disappointed.
Huh?
That I won't be going. I want to follow up the Bellotta case. If you really think Pegram's dam is important, why don't you visit Loch Marn?
On my own? I'm not so sure about that. Where is Ireland exactly?
Huh? What?
What do you know about Professor Pegram?
I've seen a television program, Pegram's Past. He's written a book, The Crusader Families of Ireland.
I'll bet he'd be interested in the manuscript.
I bet he would be.
Did I show you this matchbook?
Huh?
I guess I did. Okay.
I'll see you later.
Okay. Keep me informed if you find anything new.
Okay. Thing
Oh, hi.
probably is something you can talk to
Hello, my handsome
someone,
friend.
someone in Paris somewhere about something, but
See you later.
That's right.
can't get back to like the hotel, so not really much to do. So, oh right, yeah. Holy, that's quite a bit different than that. I wonder whether they like made it look nothing like how it used to. Stereotypes, I guess. I don't know. I don't know like why it has so many countries, because like you don't go to any of them. Still. Thank God for the Irish. You can't like, you can't like watch that in the old style.
Several hours later, I arrived
Strange.
in Ireland, the Emerald Isle. I'd been lucky to get a bus from Dublin to the tiny village of Loch Marn. On the way out, the driver told me there was only one service a day.
Yeah, sounds about right.
The menu was limited. It read, "No food today." I didn't care. I'd lost my appetite somewhere over the Irish Sea.
much identical.
It was a trap door in the sidewalk. I tugged at the trap door, but it was locked from the inside.
There's a fuse box there.
It was a featureless plastic box firmly attached to the wall of the building. I tugged at the plastic cover, but it didn't move.
Is that like something to do with the, like
The
fix
drain
his
was
washer
covered
or
with an iron
something?
grating, through which I could hear the rush and surge of running water.
Definitely a little bit rusty on this Irish
I
bit.
took hold of the grating and pulled hard, but it didn't move. The lad was doing his best to express his adolescent aggression. His effort was somewhat diminished by the fringe of milk on his lightly feathered upper lip. Hi there.
What?
What's your name,
What?
kid?
Who are you calling kid? Who the hell are you?
I'm George Stobart, and I'm with the good guys.
You're a head case, mister. A few sandwiches short of a picnic.
Cut the crap and tell me your name.
Liam McGuire.
What are you doing hanging around the bar, McGuire?
I'm on the run from me dad.
Why? Did you do something bad?
I ain't done nothing, boss.
You can tell me, kid. Is it your dad?
Oh, sir. He drinks every last penny down his evil throat. And there's me poor old mother, bedridden and dying of presumption. I tried to buy her medicine. Chopped firewood for Father Mahoney till me fingers bled. The old skinflint cheated me too. But I took the pennies he gave me back home. Look, Ma, says I. See what your darling son has earned with his own sweat and blood. When suddenly, me dad appears and grabs the loot. I'm off to Dublin heavy drinking, says he. Watch out till I get back. That's why I runned away.
Something in the grin on his face told me he wasn't being strictly truthful. Compared to him, Huckleberry Finn was a candidate for Altar Boy of the Year.
Okay, yeah.
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Can you describe him like on the telly in the cop shows?
He's an English archaeologist.
I know the man you mean if he's the one.
Can you tell me where I'd find
Go on.
Pegram?
No, I can't, because he's not here now, but if I sees him, I'll ask him.
Do you know what Pegram was doing in the castle?
Digging for buried treasure. Jewels and gold and skeletons, like in the films.
Do you know anything about Pegram's dig?
He wouldn't let me anywhere near it. I offered to help, but he chased me off. I didn't want to see his smelly old hole anyhow.
Yeah, okay.
Did anyone from the village work at the dig?
Pegram bought some students and bums with him. He reckoned no one in Lochmarn would know what to look for. The only local guy who worked for him was Sean Fitzgerald.
What does this Fitzgerald guy look like?
Big head, big ears, and face irons.
What?
You know, spectacles, glasses. He's blind as a bat without him.
What can you tell me about the castle, McGuire?
What do you want to know?
Well, can I get inside?
No, it's locked up.
Does anyone live there?
No, only...
What?
Oh, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
You know something about the castle you're not telling me, don't you?
The goat
No.
lives there.
What is it you're covering up? Is it something you're scared of?
I ain't scared of nothing.
I don't blame him if he's scared of that goat. I think we all
I'll
are.
give you one last chance to tell me about the castle.
Oh, yeah? And what if I don't?
Then I'm taking you back to school.
Oh, there's a ghost. It's called the Phantom of Lochmarn.
You're not telling me you believe in ghosts, are you?
Mister, I seen it with me very own eyes. Last Tuesday night, I went up to see what that dig was about. I just reached the top of the wall when I hears this awful noise.
What sort of noise?
A horrible snuffling and snorting, like O'Brien's pig, only worse. It was coming from inside the castle.
Did you find out what was making the noise in the castle?
No fear. I just sat there on the wall like Humpty Dumpty. The moon was cracked and greasy like an old dinner plate. The yard was full of shadows. I could have been hiding anything. I would have gone home, but my legs had lost their stuffing.
Did you get to see the ghost?
Indeed I did. And a fearsome sight it is too. I sat on my arse, waited while the moon went down. Then out it comes from the shadows, all grey and tattered and hunched over like an old bent willow. Then I hears this spluttering and splashing and horrible laughter in the dark. I was so scared. Why, I fell off the bloody wall.
I'm sure there's a rational explanation for what you saw at the castle.
There is. The bloody place is haunted.
Okay.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
Rational.
Lockmarn? They all dress like clowns.
The man I'm looking for is a dangerous psychotic.
Jesus. It's just like that film I saw. There's this clown, see? And he's after this kid who saw him kill a guy. He tries to warn the sheriff, only no one believes him. Then, while he's in the tub, the clown cuts him up with a chainsaw.
My God, that doesn't sound suitable for a kid like you.
Who are you calling a kid? I'm 25.
Yeah, right. You're not a day over 14.
Oh no, it's 25 that I am. Married with a car and 3 kids. 10 kids if you count the wives.
What do you think this tool is used for?
Lifting drains.
Dead right. How did you know that?
Work experience course at school. They gives me a choice of going down the drains or up the chimney.
You're kidding. What do you think this tool...
I told you.
Ireland's pretty crazy.
Have you ever seen anyone wearing one of these?
That belongs to the killer clown you're looking for.
That's right.
Can I have it?
Sorry. I'm keeping this as evidence.
You should have told the cops.
I did. They weren't interested. Have you ever seen anyone wearing one of these?
No.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing.
Have you ever seen this man before?
What a slimy character. No, I never seen him.
Give me your hand.
Get lost.
Oh, come on. I just want to show you a little trick.
No way, mister. I don't do tricks. Father Mahoney told me I'd burn in hell if I did.
I just want to shake your hand, that's all.
Oh, all right.
Gotcha.
Got it.
Neat, huh?
Didn't feel a thing.
Shake my hand again.
No way.
Damn.
Do you recognize this matchbook, McGuire?
No, sir. I never seen it before in my life.
Take a look at this, McGuire.
It's an ID card. What of it?
Ever heard of Thomas Merlin or the Gruber Electronics Corporation?
No.
Hey, well, a bit of a
Take a
long
look
shot.
at this, McGuire. Ever heard of...
No.
Do you
No, sir.
Okay, right.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Okay, mister.
The workman's key was the obvious tool to use to open this trap door. It was specifically designed for a job like this. Unfortunately, there weren't any holes in the trap door.
I'm just trying this stuff out. I don't think you have to do this.
To lever up the grating. but that wasn't going to happen.
Okay, well. I suppose it is a bit more obvious with the new graphics, but still.
The gates were made of solid, age-blackened wood. Pushing with all my strength got me nowhere. They didn't budge. I really need to start working out.
Yeah, I don't think you can open that even if you worked out.
The farmer's craggy face was set in a mask of aesthetic appreciation. His feet were set in a pair of manure-caked boots.
Hi, you speak English?
Well, no, what if I was to say no? An implication of cognizance shrouded in denial. A pretty poser of a paradox indeed.
I gave him the look I'd perfected when I was 12 and was going to be the greatest hypnotist of all time. It was a killer.
Are you attempting to hypnotize me, or is it the constipation you're suffering?
I was a little out of practice. Have you seen Professor Pegram?
No, he's packed up and gone.
Do you happen to know where?
Back in England, I suppose.
What can you tell me about the castle?
Not much, I'm sorry to say. Most of its history is long forgotten. Ah, but if these old stones could only speak, what stories they'd tell. Stories to make your toes curl and your blood run cold. You know, this castle is said to be over 600 years old.
Who built the castle?
Mad Phelan, the first Lord of Lochmarn. Well, I say lord, but actually he was little more than a village chieftain. He built his castle from the remains of the Templar preceptory.
Where was the site of the Templar preceptory?
Right here on Temple Hill. Phelan built right on top of the old wall. It's said that deep beneath these walls there's a Templar chapel.
Did Pegram discover the chapel?
I don't know. His workers were sworn to secrecy.
Do you mind if I climb up your haystack to get into the castle?
What? You'd break your stupid neck for sure. Do you think I'd stand by and see your brains dashed out?
I'd be very careful, and I promise not to sue.
You won't get the chance, not while I'm here to stop you.
Good book?
A book? It's a passport to a world of fantasy and imagination.
Yeah? What's the title?
Creative Shelving for Beginners, the 1978 edition.
What's so cool about home improvement?
There's nothing like it. The resinous autumnal aroma of seasoned wood, the rhythmic rasp of the plate. Ah, no wonder our Lord came to earth as the son of a humble carpenter. I bet he was a wizard with a chisel and a length or two before.
Okay.
Surely the portrayal of Christ's adoptive family as humble artisans is a symbolic metaphor.
I don't know about that, but I know they were carpenters. Haven't you read the book?
Well, no. But I have seen the greatest story ever told, and I don't recall Jesus putting up any shelves. Does this tool mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't. Is it used on sheep?
No, it's for lifting the covers off drains.
Never. How?
Well, the end of the tool fits into the hole in the cover.
They'd slip out. Angles are wrong. You'd never do it.
I have. I did it in Paris. Does this tool...
You already showed me that, and I wasn't impressed.
What? Sounded pretty impressed.
Does this false nose mean anything to you?
You're a circus clown.
No, but I got this from someone who disguised himself as a clown.
Is that a fact? Why did you do that now?
He's a psychotic killer. I think he may be connected with Pegram's disappearance. Did I show you...
Yes, you did.
What do you make of this tissue?
That's a sorry sight to wave about in public.
Oh, it's theatrical grease paint.
And that makes it all right, does it? I must remember that next time someone complains about the state of me handkerchief.
What do you make of this tissue?
That's a
Do you recognize the name on this card?
I can't read that little writing.
It says Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics.
Is that your name, Tommy Merlin?
No, but what a great stage name. It had what my high school hypnosis act had lacked, style and class. For a few seconds, I bathed in spotlights on a thundering tide of applause. Tommy Merlin, hypnotist.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. I just remembered something. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No, but I wouldn't trust him. His eyes are too close together. He's not a friend of yours, is he?
Oh no, far from it. In fact, I believe it's the face of a killer.
I knew it! Piggy eyes. Can't trust him.
Do you recognize the...
Are you ready?
Would you like to shake my hand?
What is this? I don't do that male bonding stuff.
What do you make of this matchbook?
Okay.
Seems ordinary enough to me.
Come on, forget your prejudice and shake hands.
Never. It's not natural.
What do you make of this matchbook?
Seems odd.
I have to go now.
I think that's everything.
On the back of the cart was a crazily stacked tower of hay bales, leaning precariously against the castle
It is
wall.
kind of crazy.
Get away, you silly noodle! Can't you see the load's unstable? Don't climb on the cart, pea-brain. Get down, you lemon-brained lummox!
That ain't. More alliteration insults, okay. Okay. I suppose I gotta go in the pub then. That's okay.
The guy with the fiddle seemed oblivious to everything except his playing. Meanwhile, everyone else in the bar seemed oblivious to him. He wasn't listening. The guy sat in the corner as if he was a permanent fixture. Hello there. My name's George Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, I'm sure. I'm O'Brien. Can I help you?
Pleased to meet you. Okay.
Do you know Sean Fitzgerald?
Yes, I do. What do you want with him?
I want to talk to him about working at the dig.
What makes you think he did?
The boy outside told me.
I can't imagine anyone implying Sean Fitzgerald on a dig. He wouldn't know a post hole from his elbow.
Kind of looks like Arthur.
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
You're too late to meet that fella.
Is he dead?
Not that. But he's gone from the village. A sore point with our esteemed host, I might add.
Esteemed host?
Why is Pegram's departure upset the landlord?
He's lost a paying guest, that's why. More than that, there's the question of an unsettled bill. Poor Michael's seen red over the business, and I don't blame him.
Do you know where Pegram has gone?
I'm sorry, but I don't. He upped anchor in the dark and shipped out before the dawn.
Why did he do that?
Who knows? A guilty conscience or a secret assignation. Whatever the reason, he'll not be missed in Lochmarn. Maybe now the fuss about the gem has died down, we can get back to normal.
What can you tell me about the gem which Pegram found?
Now there's a gem which should never have been taken. A Man would have to be full of greed to covet that stone. What's your interest in the jewel? You're not a reporter, are you?
No, I'm not.
Oh no. Thank the Lord for that.
What can you tell me about the castle, Mr. O'Brien?
It's a fine sight now, isn't it? Dates back to the 10th century, you know. Most of the existing building was added much later, of course.
Are the ruins open to the public?
Oh no, it's much too dangerous. Anyway, there's nothing of interest remaining.
Pegram thought otherwise, didn't he?
Ah, but it's not difficult to get them history boys excited, is it? Give them a bone to play with, and they're happy as puppies.
Can you tell me more about the landlord?
Mick Leary? He's what you call a would-be sophisticated. The trouble is, his idea of sophistication extends as far as putting paper in the lavatory.
I never worked out why he did that. It's much too dark in there to read.
That's true. Have you ever run your hand over the back of the door? The graffiti is written in Braille.
Does this tool mean anything to you?
I'd say it was for lifting manhole covers.
How come you know that?
I'm a man of the world, Mr. Stobart.
Does this tool...
I told you, it's for lifting manhole covers.
Told ya.
Was it Pegram who dug up the tripod at the castle?
The same man, if he wasn't his twin brother. And can you guess what he did with the tripod?
He sent it to a museum in Paris. I've seen it. Have you heard of the Phantom?
More than that. I've seen it. And let me tell you, it's a dreadful spectacle.
So it's not just a local legend. There really is a Phantom of Lochmar.
Oh no. I was talking about the Phantom of the Opera.
Okay. Well, the dialogue thing went then.
Does this red nose suggest anything to you?
It's a clown's nose, isn't it? I haven't been to a circus since I was 10 years old. O'Donnelly and I walked all the way to Ballymore, 15 miles in our bare feet.
Does this red nose...
No, it doesn't.
What do you make of this tissue?
I guess that muck on it is...
This is just how people went on and talk.
Including you, Mr. O'Brien. Did I show you this tissue?
Yeah.
Do you recognize
Truly
the man in this
disgusting.
photograph?
Nope. I've never seen him before.
Do you recognize the man?
Nope.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
The design is Middle Eastern, I'd say.
What can you tell me about this ID pass?
Gruber Electronics. I've never heard of it.
I'd like to shake you by the hand, Mr. O'Brien.
I'd rather not. You see, I happen to notice that vibrating buzzer in your palm.
I'd like to shake you by...
Oh, no, you don't.
No.
Does this match...
Everyone knows.
The design is
What can...
Gruber Electronics.
Okay, they're in that. I mean, this
There
guy.
was a vacant look on his cow-like face that said quite clearly, "Nobody home." His elbow rested on an obviously soggy piece of towel. Hi, my name's Stobart, George Stobart.
Hello there, mister. What can I do
Hello,
for you?
mister. You can talk to him.
What do you make of this tool?
It's for lifting manhole covers.
That's right. I found it in Paris.
Well, you look at that. A French sewer key. Marvelous.
Marvelous.
What do you make of this tool?
It's for lifting...
What does this false nose mean to you?
No, you're a clown.
Well, I get Russell.
No, not me.
Ah, you're a good one, aren't you? Did you hear that, Michael?
I hate clowns.
Listen to this fella. I hate clowns, says he. Isn't he just the funniest man you ever did see, Michael?
He's not a clown, Doyle. He's not even remotely funny.
Thanks. Have you seen the...
Yes, mister.
Before I showed it to you the first time, I mean.
When was that?
Never mind.
Okay.
Does this tissue mean anything to you? No. But you should show that to my granny. She could tell you fortune from it.
From a soiled tissue?
Sure. Some people read tea leaves. My granny reads handkerchiefs.
Does this tissue mean
You
anything
actually
to
do
you?
No, boss.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
It's a handsome mug on that fella, to be sure. Is he a film star?
Don't be fooled. This is the face of a psychopathic killer.
No. Well, there's one in the eye for me and my men.
Are you sure you haven't seen this man?
It's the face of a...
Oh, never mind.
Wait, what?
Are you
It's the face of a therapeutic killer.
Oh, never mind. May I shake your hand?
No, you can't.
Well, how come?
Because I'll spill me beer if you do.
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No.
Does this security pass
Oh,
mean
the
anything to
Irish.
you?
Well, no.
Do you recognize this?
No.
No.
Does this...
Okay.
Can you tell me anything about the castle on the hill?
Oh, I don't know much about anything. You should ask Mr. O'Brien here. He just joined up writing. Would you be one of them history fellas yourself?
That's me.
That's right. Professor Stobart, Miskatonic University.
You're an archaeologist, and you're asking us about the castle.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien. The gentleman was talking to me. How come you didn't leave with the others?
I didn't know they'd gone.
Oh, yes. Packed their spades and shovels, and away they went.
Seems I missed all the excitement.
What excitement?
Professor Pegram's discovery. Haven't you heard?
No.
Do you know anything about Pegram's excavation?
Only that he didn't have the right tools for the job. What he needed was shovels and a JCB.
Pegram was digging for historical remains, not coal.
Is that a fact? What the hell for?
Here's the science of archaeology, Pop. Understanding how people used to live by what they've left behind. One day archaeologists might be digging up our remains.
Imagine that, Mr. O'Brien. I wonder what they'll find.
Well, it won't be arrowheads and beakers. Fast food cartons and flavored condoms, more likely.
Is it true that Pegram found a valuable gem?
What? First I heard of it.
Where have you been, Pop? That gem is the talk of every town from Lochmahon to Ballydoon.
Nobody told me. A lucky sod. So that's why he scampered.
Did anyone from the village work at Pegram's dig?
I tried it myself, but that high and mighty history man called me incontinent. What a nerve. Hadn't I dug more holes than the rest of them put together?
Bye for now.
Yes, wow. Surely it's just about the number of
The end
holes.
of the bar was hinged, like the drawbridge on a medieval castle.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Excuse me?
No customers behind the bar. Ever.
Hey, well.
It was a beer-stained piece of toweling.
Can you pick this up now?
The man's arm lay across the towel, preventing me from moving it.
You can.
As the man raised his arm to drink, I snatched the towel away. It was an electric pump operated by pushing a small lever. I was about to reach for the pump when I came to my senses. A rash move like that in a strange country with strange customs could be my last.
Yeah, I wouldn't go around messing around with the pub tap in Ireland.
I recognized the guy from McGuire's description. He was real twitchy.
He looks like Arthur. He really does.
I'd been taught not to judge people by their appearance or their clothes or the length of their hair. Nobody ever said anything about runny noses.
He judge his own man? I think he can.
Hi there, old-timer.
What?
Nasty cold you've got there. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them.
Is there such a thing as a cold which isn't nasty? I put the question to Father Mahoney. Father, says I, why were we born to suffer snot?
What did he say?
He said, it's my reward for being out all night like a sinner. Pious prig. Anyway, this is no ordinary cold. It's the hay fever.
Pollinosis?
Thank you. You're not a policeman, are you?
Excuse me?
Police? No. I'd know it if you were.
Okay. Everyone always asks
I'm
you if you're a
looking for
policeman.
Sean Fitzgerald. Have you seen him?
Never heard of him.
Don't you come from around here?
None of your business. I didn't ask where you come from, did I?
I'm from California.
That's your problem.
Do you know Pegram, the archaeologist?
That's the scrawny fellow who was poking around at the castle, isn't it? No, I don't know him.
I'll wait for him to sneeze after every line.
Do you know where I can find Pegram?
I told you, I never heard of him.
Can you tell me how to get into the castle?
Don't even think about it, me bucko. Lochmarn Castle is haunted.
That's what the kid outside told me, but I don't believe it.
Then you're a fool.
Were you aware that Pegram was conducting an archaeological dig?
I don't meddle in other people's affairs. They don't interest me.
Ghosts don't bother me. I still want to visit that castle.
You can't. It's not open to the public.
There's no one around to stop me, is there?
That's right. Nothing human, anyhow.
Have you ever seen the ghost?
To be sure. With me very own eyes.
Can you describe the ghost?
It was horrible. A wee stunted beast, long beak, straggly, flappy wings.
Are you sure it wasn't a wild animal? A rabbit or a skunk or something?
Skunk? In Lochmarn? That'll be the day. No, that was a ghost, to be sure.
I think I know what you saw on the castle wall.
I know what I saw.
I don't think so. It was the kid, McGuire.
What?
He was up on the wall last Tuesday night. He thought you were the Phantom of Lochmarn.
Oh.
Can I buy you a beer?
Very kind, I'm sure. But I don't drink the stuff Leary sells.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen what it can do.
Hey.
Can you identify this tool?
No.
What does this red nose mean to you?
I suppose you're collecting for charity?
No, I'm not. I want to know if you've seen someone wearing a nose like this.
No, I haven't.
You can make use of this tissue.
Never use them. Those things are unhygienic.
What does this red...
Nothing.
You can make use...
Oh no, I've set him off again.
Never use them.
The double?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Is that supposed to be you?
No, I don't have a scar on my face, and I'm not from the Middle East.
I can't tell without me glasses.
Do you recognize the man?
I can't tell.
Could you use this towel?
I could, but it wouldn't be much use for anything else.
Could you use this
Aye.
Take a look at this ID card.
Take a look. Oh, yes. Little plastic picture.
I don't suppose it means anything to you, does it?
No.
What does this matchbook mean to you?
Nothing. Go away and stop bothering me.
Take a look at...
I don't know anything.
What does this mean?
Nothing.
Hey, would you like to shake my... no, on second thought, forget it. I'll see you
George
later.
saying no that. Okay. Glass washer.
It was a telephone. Incongruous in the rustic setting of the homely bar. The white whiskers on the bartender's flushed face were like garlands on a Christmas tree. The resemblance ended there. The top of his head was too slick and shiny to act as a perch for a Christmas angel.
Christmas mentioned. I guess it really is a Christmas game.
Top of the morning to you.
I beg your pardon.
Well, that's what you Irish say, isn't it?
Do you want something? Or are you just flaunting your xenophobia?
Well, I was trying to be sociable.
Is it a room you're after?
No, thank you. I don't plan to stay too long.
Who does? Most folk take one look at Lochmarden and jump back on the bus.
Is that George saying top of the morning? Okay.
I'm looking for a man named Fitzgerald.
Fitzy? What's he done?
I believe he may have worked at Peagram's Dig.
Sean Fitzgerald? Work? You got the wrong guy.
Have you served any, clowns recently?
No. You're the first today.
Seriously, I'm looking for a man dressed in a
Keeps
clown
walking
costume.
into those.
Would he be having a little white dog with a black patch over the eye?
I shouldn't think so. What can you tell me about the castle?
You're the second person to ask me that today. I don't know anything about the castle. It's only an old ruin anyway.
Who else was asking about the castle?
He said he was a reporter. He was asking about the little people.
I could have told him a tale or two about the little people. He might have paid me to hear what he wanted me to say.
Anyway, I chucked him out on his arse.
Good for you, Mick. That's the way to deal with journalists.
Do you know a man called Peagram?
Indeed I do. Are you a friend of his, by any chance?
Oh, definitely not. If he's not paid his
I'm
tab.
just trying to track him down.
Me too. That son of a bitch should be locked away.
Did Peagram stay here?
That's right. In the best room in the house.
That's the one with the bed.
Can I see Peagram's room?
It's been taken by one of the brothers from the reformatory. They come every year for spiritual refreshment.
That's a good one. Their idea of refreshment is a good full of stout.
I wouldn't want to disturb a man of God, especially not a big fella from the bad boys' home.
I don't blame you, Mick. That brother's got muscles like a muscle man.
Huh?
I'll try a glass of beer, please.
Is this your first pint of real ale?
Well, I guess so. What's real ale, anyhow?
Beer that's brewed from natural ingredients to traditional methods. It shouldn't be kept under pressure or refrigerated. And finally, it should have a good body and distinctive character.
In other words, it's flat and worn with bits in, and it makes you fall over.
Not a drink I hate.
Here's something which might interest you.
Huh? Well, what is it?
My passport to the sewers of Paris.
Is that so? Did you see the snooker last night, Mr. O'Brien?
We haven't got a television maker.
I know that. Why is it, if you don't mind me asking?
If God had made us to watch television, we'd all be like Doyle.
I take it no one wants to hear about my underground escapades.
I'd rather drink me own beer.
Here's something which might interest you.
It doesn't.
Does this false nose mean anything to you?
It's not Red Nose Day again, is it?
I don't know. But this is part of a clown's costume.
I know that. Good God Almighty. What do you take me for?
Does this false nose...
No.
Like how everyone hates Red Nose Day.
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
That's disgusting.
Uh-huh. I found it in the sewers.
Well, what's the idea of waving it around in my face? You're worse than old Ron. Put it away, man.
Does this tissue mean anything to you?
No.
Do you recognize this man?
No, I don't. What do you want with him?
I've got a score to settle.
I don't want any trouble in the bar, mister. If it's a fight you're looking for, see Father Mahoney.
A priest? A man of the cloth?
Sure. And he teaches the boys how to box at the youth club. According to Mahoney, it develops character. Isn't that right, Pat? Didn't he teach you the art of pugilism?
Doyle. Sorry, Michael. I was miles away. What did you say?
Never mind.
Do you recognize...
You are...
Huh?
Do you recognize this matchbook?
No, sir.
Do you recognize the name on this card?
No. Should I?
Nah, it was a long shot. May I borrow this towel?
Sure you can, on one condition.
What's that?
You keep it away from old Ron.
Who's Ron?
That's him in the corner, with the hygiene problem.
May I borrow this towel?
You can keep it.
Oh.
Are you
Very
sure you
kind.
don't recognize this?
I told you, no.
Hey, bartender?
Landlord, if you don't mind.
Sorry. Shake my hand, why don't you?
Now, why should I do that? What have you got up your sleeve?
Nothing. Come on, just shake my hand.
Not just now, mister. I have to be careful on account of the health restrictions.
Aw, jeez. Why won't you shake my...
Because I don't know where you've been.
Wow. Okay.
The glass contained a dark liquid like molasses with a creamy white froth on the top.
No, this...
Somehow, I'd managed to drink the thick, sweet brew. I felt strangely compelled to order another, even though my every instinct warned me against it. The glass was empty.
Okay. I think... No, I think you do have to like... When he, like, tries to wash it or whatever.
It was an electrical plug attached to the glass washer.
I kind of remember this, but I do get the order like mixed up a little bit. But yeah, a lot of people talk to in it. Okay, I think that triggers the next bit. Talking to Sean there. So, make a new save. Let's make a new save. Okay. I think I'll have to call it there anyway. Ooh, so that fiddling's a bit annoying. Okay. Yeah, that was part 1 of Broken Sword. Shadows of the Templar. Yeah, I mean, dialogue's still pretty fun. The Reforged stuff is cool. definitely a nice port. I know people are like, some people are like not happy that they used AI for some of it, but people would like rather stuff like this doesn't get done than use AI. Very weird. Yeah, anyway, still great game. So fun. Be playing part 2. Well, I'll be continuing tomorrow. Yeah. Pick off an island, of course. I think I'm only like I feel like if you finish this Irish bit, it's probably like a third done or something. It's pretty long, honestly. When you're letting all this dialogue play out, but yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed. Back again tomorrow. Thanks for the follow, Blue Omen. That's very kind of you. Yeah. Back again tomorrow, usual time. Goodbye.